But at such a critical moment of our nation, we start pointing fingers to each other. What is more of a hate speech than calling somebody to be accomplice to this act? What is more of a hate speech than that? What is more of a hate speech than a government spokesperson be pointing fingers to a political party in relation to this act? What is more of a hate speech than that? There is nobody doing hate speech than the government of the Gambia today as it stands, than the militants of the party of the government of the day. When this act happened, they've been pointing fingers to people. We all feel it. If you want to politicize it, let's politicize it. If you want to be responsible, let us be responsible. There are so many tragedies that happen in this country. Ministers were killed on their heads, been hit and put in a vehicle and burned them down. TRRC revealed that in this country. Journalists were shot to death in this country. Children were escaping from rape to rape in this country. Nylon bags were covered, were put on people's neck and killed them in this country. This is the first time this has been. There were brutalities in this country. We failed to put in place the system. These things are still happening. We knew they were happening. TRRC revealed a lot of things to us. We are reluctant. If we are not reluctant, from 2016 to date, we could have put certain things in place. This is not the first. Has been an issue on social media and at local level within our constituents, and we had talked about it here. Some activists around has been calling and some were protesting as to why we did that. This is our religion. If you are calling, I said it and I will strongly say it here. We have female circumcision. We don't have female bodily. The money they are spending on sensitizing people to stop, let them spend it on training our people and giving them health safety, equipments to ensure that they do it properly. But to ask us to stop what our religion commands us to do, we will never do that. We will never do that. So, Honorable Speaker, we are strongly against those who are protesting in social media to say this law cannot be decriminalized. We will decriminalize it here. We are the members and we are the representative of our people, and our people are not in support of this law. Honorable Speaker, lastly, it was surprising to hear that our professors, our deans, our doctors, that we are entrusting our children after finishing their senior secondary school to go for higher learning, are exchanging their marks for sex. This is unacceptable, and we have to condemn this. This is very uncivilized. This is not a good name for our institution, and it is all over on social media. That giving marks, grades to students, and in exchange of sex. This is unacceptable. We are appropriating budget for those people to go and take those children. Look at what they're doing at the end of the day. This is unacceptable, and we must condemn this. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I begin my intervention with my former constituency, Talinding. I must commend my predecessor, Honorable Baji, for speaking loud about my dream. Honorable Speaker, every great dream must come from a dreamer. And the high school in Talinding was my dream. And thank God today, I am serving in this honorable house as a nominated member, and I achieved my dream. I must commend Mrs. Sonko, the CEO, Mrs. Hadriaka Sonko, the CEO of MRC Holland Foundation, and the government of the Gambia to come to my aid. Talinding have done a lot for me, despite that I'm not a native of Talinding, but they elected me to represent them in the past 5 years. So I thank God for that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to begin with my intervention about the current shooting that occurred in Sukuta traffic light. I don't even want to speak about it because I'm still mourning. As a mother, I know how it feels when your child leaves a home alive and come back dead. It's very painful. I'm still mourning, but I think as honorable members, we should be reminded of our oath. We took an oath to serve this country, not to serve a particular group. We are all believers and disbelievers. Nobody is deaf or dumb in this house here. We are all sound-minded people. And we all know the particular group that imposed threat on security personnel. We cannot even quantify the amount of threat that they impose on security personnel. I am totally against police brutality. But when the truth awakens in you, you have no choice but to accept the truth. When your political godfather stood here and said he will make this country ungovernable, you all keep mute about it. This country belongs to all of us. I fear nobody but Allah. We are not going to accept it from anybody. We know the kind of people and the party that they belong to, those who impose threat on police officers. Who are the people who attack the police officers in Sanyang? It's a particular political group. Who are the ones who attack them in Birkama? And who are the ones who attack them in Banjul? Let's speak the truth. We all condemn the shooting in Faraba Bantang in June 18, 2018. And we all passed a resolution here to bring those perpetrators on board. Are they not human beings like us? Police officers are part of us. They are our families. They are our husbands, our brothers. They are serving us. There is a risk, great risk attached to their work, but they are serving us in that condition. What heartless, ill-hearted people have we turned to? We are intimidating them, bullying them. And these are the people that we entrust. We subdue our responsibility to them, but still, we reduce them into zero. This particular group is the same group that is intimidating even the imams if you speak against them. Nobody fear you. We have to speak the truth. A political party should be a political party. I must congratulate some political parties who show solidarity with the CPIU officers. But I am so much disappointed with some press release that reverse the blame on PIU officers who are already a victim and they are mourning. Let us fear Allah. Despite that, we have some bad element in the security officers that should not be visited on all of them. We have very good men and women in uniform who wanted to serve this country. So an act of few individuals should not be visited on them. I have my personal issue with them. I don't support them. But not all of them are bad, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I call on the office of the IGP and the and the Interior Minister to stop prolonging this investigation. This investigation has to end now. When this was Jammeh time, they will know the perpetrator. All the two people who send him the money and who receive it, you think that we are only here. We are also going after information like the way you do. No stone will be left unturned. How can you fire down 2 police officers? That is a war on Gambia. And you want us to be brushed under the carpet? All in the name of, because you have the gut to bully people. May I took it as a dress now. Go everywhere and bully me. I don't care about it. I'm a politician. I've built a thick blood now. I'm still calling on the IGP. IGP, some mistakes are made by following bad mistake or making bad choice. But the most heartfelt mistakes are made when you don't want to take any step. So take this step now. It's high time to save this country. A police officer was shot at first, nothing comes out of it. Another one was done at North Bank, nothing comes out of it. This one also, you are still prolonging the investigation. Can you tell the country why? What equipment have you lacked that you want this parliament to help you? And I'm calling on the Interior Minister to all security officers on board, being the paramilitary, in fact, these people are not paramilitary officers, they are anti-crime. The anti-crime, the soldiers, and others, everybody to be on the panel so that nothing can be hid. And I'm urging on the senior police officers, let them stop any police officer to get access to that man before they will turn the investigation. Let no police officer get access to that man. And let them recover the gun. And let them find out how that gun landed in this country here. We want to know. We want to save our country and we want to save our children. Left on them, if they have their desire, they want this election. By now, my Yasin will be asking people, where is my mother? Because I will not stay here. So I'm ready to battle with them anyhow, Honorable Speaker. A political party that boasts a woman eyes here, yet still you are calling yourself a decent political party, and you are blaming the government. Do you have anything to tell this government when you are all muted here for the past 22 years? If I saw this caliber of people shouting in this parliament, I say, wow. If I told that we have all these brave men here before, we would have finished Jame for Barrow will lead and go. But everybody turned to a warrior. Anything you want to tempt the government, this is not politics. If you want to make it a politics, we are ready for the battle. And we will let no stone unturned. We will know who are behind it. Anybody who have a hand on it, even if you run and leave this country, we will go after you. I won't say it here. Even if there is a coup d'etat here again, I don't have a power, I don't have a gun, but I will take my hair tie and fight and ask the soldiers to leave this country. Because we know what we went through for the past 22 years. To say that this is a politics is out of it, and we are not.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank all members of this noble assembly. And I also thank various technicians from various institutions that are presently here on behalf of the ministers. Honorable Speaker, I would just remind this gathering that this is a country called the Gambia, West Africa. A tag name was called Smiling Coast of Africa. But I want to vividly remind the populace, condemnation is good, but I want to turn the coin down for people to see the reflection of the mirror. This is what we were talking, months and years past. You took over as a government. You reinstated a coupis. What do you expect? We have to speak the truth. When the marriage was solid, it was Akara, Nyebe, and Supakanya. So what we think is not right should not be right forever. People have served as decent officers 20 years, 30 years, 15 years without even a single charge sheet. A coupis was welcome at the airport. Thank you very much for coup d'etats. A coupis was given a highest job. Thank you very much for coup d'etat. A coupis has been promoted from the rank of an O2 to a captain, a major in the army. And they enjoyed all their services. Let's be ready to correct the system if we want a progressive Gambia. We will stand. So, issues of narration. For me, I want to send this message very clear. If you talk of political party X, whatever, there is a political party that butchered our own parliament in Basse. A political party butchered and killed an individual in Basse as a driver. It happens. We are condemning it. Let's be ready to swallow our emotions and we work to transform a better country called the Gambia. For us, you see us, We are foot soldiers and will defend this country to the core, irrespective of your political, religious, or whatever affiliation. This country must be well protected. I wonder why still the interior cannot brought these people to book. Yesterday, I went to the crime scene. I myself to study and make my feasibility. Castle in that particular area had a CCTV camera. I want the interior minister, the police, the SIS to tell us we want to get in hand of that CCTV camera to be able to at least clear at that. They have to produce it. Secondly, a gun has been shot. What type of a gun? They cannot even. Do you know what? What I want to clear, Minister of Interior and the SIS and the police. We are sick and tired of press conferences. What we want is action. And that action should be determined for us to be able to uphold and hold that particular perpetrator. Party of Fonyi is no more party as we stand. He's in the grave. The other Mendy of Kombo is no more Mendy. The sister is terrorized in a bed. So all these are issues that are happening. And what we are trying to clear and put this record straight, the defense and security of this National Assembly should be ready to hold the responsibility of security heads, the IGP, the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister, the Director of SI. They should come clear and tell us, we want to know who is the killers of our gallant men in uniform. We want to know them. And it's high time. Honorable Speaker, I want to go to another point where I had a vuvuzela of a political party saying that FGM, their so-called FGM, that those who are supporting, standing for it, they are barbaric. I am saying that vuvuzela, that I need to educate him. And I am also taxing the media that are here on that issue of female genital mutilation. I am ready to organize a debate for him at the QTV or national radio and television services so that I'll be able to teach him what is Islam. The Prophet ﷺ was asked, what is Islam? He said, Al-Islamu huwa al-istislamu lillah. We will not joke with our religion. So if you want to camouflage and enjoy your pocket and feel the pain of the suffering of our people, I thank the First Lady of Sierra Leone. I thank Dr. Tal, the late. I also thank Sheikh Mahdi Kujabi, our great scholars, Abdul Jite and others. They talk, Imam Buni, they talk immensely about this. If you don't want to do it, please excuse us and keep your mouth shut. We are ready and we'll make sure that we repeal this act. If you want to do it, salam. If you don't want it, nobody is forcing you. But you cannot intimidate based on what don't. Honorable Speaker, I want to clear this. Transgender, they operate me as a male to change my nomenclature to be a female. A female to change to a male is accepted. That is human right. You want to distort the progeny of a human being. Progeny. You distort the progeny. That is democracy. You think we are here to joke as a country? Homosexual is rampant. Prostitutes are paid and they encourage. Nakedness is all over in the country. You want to bury down the issue of our Islam. We are saying no and will defend the cause of Islam, come what may. Even at planet Mars. You are employed as a vice president, a trade minister. You have never even uttered a word. So today you want to come us and show us your ego. We will cut your feathers in this country. And we are ready. We will not joke with those vuvuzelas trying to paint others bad or whatever. You call yourself that you are an active person, you are a political figure, or you have a position in a political party, calling this barbaric. These are people. Sometimes you wonder what type of human beings, what type of a society are we? And when you send them moving in their limousines and whatever, you think they are here. They are bankrupt, politically bankrupt, and motively they are not in the wish and the aspiration of this country. And we are saying, we want to make it very clear, for Islam we die for, and for Islam we remain, inshallah. And Allah say, "In tansurullah yansurukum wa yusabbit aqdamakum." We will stand. Nobody can bend us down. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I ask my fellow honorable members, let's work to the repealing of that bill come next sitting, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Foyi Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues to condemn the criminal act that was meted out to our security forces. It is a senseless act, it's a barbaric act, and we must discourage that in this country. This country must be a law-abiding country. And barbarism in a country, criminality in a country has nothing to do with the democracy. Democracy is meant to tailor that, to make this country better. Divergence in views is not a crime. Everybody is entitled to your opinion. That should be respected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have in section 180 of the Constitution, 180, there shall be a police council whose composition, functions, and powers shall be prescribed by an act of the National Assembly. The following one that has been removed, but at least this part has remained there. So it means that we have a responsibility, and I would call on the Minister of Interior to spearhead this, to ensure that we establish this very important institution. Because these are the people who will help us to bring our police leaders together, to set direction in policing and drive progress for the public. We all know when a police council is established, it will give us feedback from the community to the police, from the police to the community. It is also meant to improve quality and facilitate the flow of ideas and improve the quality of lives and livelihoods of our people and assist in crime reduction. That is a very important institution. We have the Armed Forces Council, so we also need the Police Council. We need a council for them. Honorable Speaker, we must be serious when we budget things and set dates for development programs. We must make sure that we follow them to the letter. The Water Resources Ministry has drilled boreholes in all the constituencies in the provinces. But up to now, almost 3-4 years now, they are just lying there fallow. And those villages are very big villages. They are citizens of this country. You go to my constituency, a borehole is dug at Fodekunda. Fodekunda has more than 2,000 in population, 2,000 people. You have Sarabohum. And Sarabohum is supposed to join with Musakunda and Kanape. And there too, it's not less than 2,000 people. Saragubu is also another big community. A borehole is dug there. Welingara Yare, another big community. These people are now relying on donors to give them a tank, just a 2,000-liter tank. That cannot solve the problem in those places. And even, 1-2 months, it is broken down. They keep on buying submersible pumps. And those pumps got to spoil. On a continuous basis, they are spending money without really benefiting from quality water. Development must be equitable. All of us here have running water in our homes. The people in the provinces also are entitled to clean drinking water. You must take it seriously. Clean drinking water. They are human beings and citizens of this country. Honorable Speaker, health. Time and again, we raised this issue to the minister. And when the COVID-19 funds were here, we are promised that those health centers in the provinces will be upgraded, will be improved to ensure that, no matter what disease outbreak comes, they'll be able to take care of them without having to travel all the way to here. But we've not seen any improvement. Even though in Bajakunda you have philanthropists who are building very nice houses there, buildings there. Surgery could take place there. Minor surgery could have taken place there. And we are promised that a doctor will be taken there, and then these equipments will be taken there as soon as those things are available. But up to now, we've not seen any improvement. Fodekunda also the same. Fodekunda Health Center. It's a minor health center. But the promises that were given to us for improvement, upgrading, has not happened. So we are still looking forward to the efforts being made by the Ministry of Health. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Works, in the budget, it is captured that from Bajakunda to Borokandakase up to the riverside of Piratenda, the road will be bituminized. But up to now, we've not seen any effort being done. We've not seen any sign of action. And then we are coming to the end of another year. And then we come and budget again, and then we go again for another year, no activity. So we keep on laying stones, and sometimes you forget that you have even laid stones in some places because of the delay. Honorable Speaker, we are informed that the work for that road has been transferred to agriculture. I would want the agriculture minister to really clarify whether that is the case, and if that is the case, what is the level of preparedness for their ministry to actually deal with that issue. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Works and his team are passing through the highway, Brikama, Serakunda Highway. You go to Latrikunda. We are all seeing it there. Whoever reaches there, you know that this road is going. It's dilapidated. Before we allow it to go into total ruin, this is the time to rehabilitate it. Where is the National Roads Authority? We should not allow that to completely dilapidate and then we go and take loan again to fix it. It is right there. It's an eyesore. So we must take care of that. Fisheries, Honorable Speaker. My honorable member has mentioned the Gambia-Senegal fisheries agreement. That agreement has been...
30 seconds to rewind. 30 seconds.
Yes, Honorable Siba, I just want to say that that agreement, if it is renewed and we learn that it is signed, it should come this time to Parliament for us to ratify it. Scrutinize it very well to ensure that our fish resources are not taken away without any profit to us. That is my position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West. Jara West in?
Yes, he's in. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, let me extend my deepest condolence to the families of our gallant officers who were killed on 12th of September. Honorable Speaker, without wasting much time, I still want to go back as
What's the problem? Yeah? Is there any other mic by? Can you move to the next mic?
Thank you very much. I was just saying, it is high time for us as people representatives to represent each and every citizen of the Gambia. By saying this, we are in a very sad moment as a country these days. So I didn't expect anybody to be celebrating or to be saying otherwise in this tragic incident that we have as a country. People talk of the executive, but I also want to put it to us, all of us, the parliament. Let's come with something and set a bright example on the individuals who killed these people. As parliamentarians, we shouldn't leave this thing to go like this. This cannot happen like this. You know, President Barrow, I want to say, I was talking to somebody, he said, when Yahya Jammeh came in power, he was a very good person. No, don't worry. But Gambians, what I'm seeing, we don't want somebody who is very lenient and sympathize our people. Let the law take its course. If you kill, let them kill you. You cannot kill somebody and be put in mile 2. You are enjoying our money, our food every day, and as people said, tomorrow you can be seen outside, you are moving. You should be killed. These people have their families, they are feeding their family, they have their everything with their families. Now they are no more. It's very, very sad. I don't think anybody will celebrate this as a Gambian, a good Gambian. Let's pick one voice to put the culprits to be accounted for. Let them be dealt with. And let the national TV come, all the TVs to come. Let them be killed.
By hanging.
We cannot be living like this. You know, I always say we have to change our attitude. What is the democracy we have? For us, which democracy do we have? Where did we borrow this democracy? The one we are having now, where we borrow this democracy? Is this democracy? I said it last time. You just get up, you speak anytime, anything you want to speak. As you are in authority. If you want to fight, for me, call me outside, we fight. But you stand here. I see some people, they stand here, they say anything they want to say, because nobody can put you to something. Why? Then do it outside. We are all men. No. You know, how can somebody walk from his house? These people are on the hot sun. We are walking. You come and kill these people. This is very sad. This is very sad. This is not a laughable matter. No. I don't expect you to be laughing. No. This is not we are in a very serious moment as a country. Let's work together and see these people are killed daylight. This is very sad. Young boys, very young boys. When I see this, that day, billahi, I couldn't sleep. These people, as Gambians, it doesn't matter who is there. We are all from this Gambia. If this Gambia is better, it's for all of us. Thank you very much. It's just sad. I just want to make this short statement. But then the people with the investigation, you know, we are saying, now I said it last time, officers will go and arrest people and people will stand and fight them. That is very bad. Let's give our people the security means. We are here because we are secure. If not, it's survival of the fittest. Whoever is fitter than the other one will lead the other one. We are secure, that's why we are here. So let's empower our security men and women. Let's give them everything so that they can do their job. Honorable Speaker, before my time goes, thank you, my nephew. I want to go to the Minister of Youth and Sport. Youth and Sport, now we can say football is at the grassroots level. Before, when you are talking of football or people that will represent this country, you only stop at the urban area. And Alhamdulillah, just yesterday, one of our boys from my village, Misira, is signed by the Egyptian club, and that boy also is coming to represent the under-23. Also, the Jara West tournament, two villages at the border village, they call it back-to-back. The other one won the trophy last year, and this year the next village won the trophy. And this is a trophy that they played with all the Jara West villages. All the trophies have gone back to the border villages. And then people were thinking football is only in the side. So, Honorable Minister, your technicians, take note. Our people have sent me to give you this. They will need a mini stadium at a particular place in Kabada. They need a mini stadium there. We have the likes of Sadio Mane there, we have the likes of Messi, we have the likes of Ronaldo there. So please invest in there. Minister of Agriculture, during my recess, I went round to my constituencies. I went to Jifing, I went to Jinoi, I went to Sikunda. These people have good farrows, and Sare Musa, we have good farrows, good rice fields, but the access to the roads is the problem. They have good rice fields, but the problem is now the road is not movable. You cannot move beyond the other side because the water have destroyed all their roads. So, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you have to go back there with your technicians, see these rice fields, what to do, because they were telling me years back, like 5-10 years back, what they used to harvest, they are no more harvesting that. So I would appeal to you for you to go there. Honorable Minister of Health, Soma District Hospital. I visited the labor ward. Their toilets is in a very bad condition. If you cannot do it now, the budget session is coming, please include that in your budget. Make sure those toilets are replaced. It is the labor ward where women deliver, so that place they should have very good toilets. I will appeal to the minister, take note, if you cannot do it now, please, the budget session is coming, don't forget about them. Also, there are staff quarters. Some of the staffs have rooms, others didn't have rooms. So I will encourage you, they have started from their own arrangement to build some other staff quarters. Give them your support so that they will have enough staff quarters for their staffs. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bundung-Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members of this Parliament and the technicians who are with us since in the morning. Honorable Speaker, I think I must also congratulate my colleagues who benefited from this ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project. I think this is a very important project and is geared towards the government commitment to address the rural electrification, which I think is a right for every Gambian to enjoy access to electricity. But equally, we are also encouraging the government, especially, to also, lobby for a project that can also address water issues in all the rural areas. Honorable Speaker, before I go further, I must use the opportunity also on behalf of the people of Bundu to at least condemn the unfortunate incident that happened with our security personnel. These are things that, this is why all the time we said, if you are a leader and you are given a responsibility, you have to be proactive. Proactive in a sense, you are given a position for you to at least take care. So you should be able to know what to do. So this goes to the security personnel. Because if you want to secure a country or a community or a town, you must secure your men. Secure your men, in a sense, you need to equip them with arms. But it's only in the Gambia where you see security men will be on guard on the street without any weapon. So for me, even the traffic police officer should have a pistol with him. Because at the end of the day, we want to secure our country. And these are security personnel. So you cannot just be armless. A civilian can come with an arm and hurt you. So I think this is a good lesson. It's a lesson for us to learn. But equally, even that day when the debate was happening, I just prefer not to talk about it, because when a team came to KMC for this security reform, this is one of the recommendations that I gave to them. So, but it's like, I don't know for what reason, but I think it's high time they try to, at least try to equip them with arms and stuff like that. So, but basically we must also, pay our condolences to the families. And to the lady, we wish her a speedy recovery. And for me, for the lady, as far as I'm concerned, she's my hero for 2023, because she was trying to at least defend her colleagues. And it's very rare within our security. This scenario is very complicated. There are so many security men, they will serve up to their pension or whatever. They will never encounter such situation. So basically, for me, I'm recommending her as my hero, as a woman. So, Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are all here is for us to come together for one common goal, that is for the development of the country. This is why all of us, when ministers come here, we will bring the concerns of our people, for the government to take responsibility to see how best they can address it. That's all. Because at the end of the day, when I hear people, political differences, for me, I don't believe in that. Because politics, we just have to understand, it's just a belief. But what is more important that should bind us together is being a Gambian. This is why I learned a characteristics that I want to say. Now it's high time we try to inculcate and build the Gambian characteristics. The Gambian characteristic is whatever we do, it should be people-centered, love your country. If you are given a responsibility, be ready to serve your people and take responsibility of that position and respect your subordinate, and the subordinate also should respect you. That is, the subordinate, they should respect their leader. Because we are in a situation, sometimes things will happen and we will start blaming. All the time, as a good citizen, all the time, whatever happens, be part of the solution makers. And all the time, try to at least leave a good legacy. So for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, this is just something that I just want to put across, that we are together as one Gambia. We are here to at least address the issues of our people through representation. Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Works, basically the issue of water, everybody knows it, and I must thank everybody for the solidarity, because I know Bundu, the issue of water is a problem, but so far so good. I must thank the ministry, because so far so good. Minister of Petroleum, rather. You know, because I was fortunate to discuss with the President, and since that day, there's a great effort by the Ministry and NAWEC, which I'm hopeful that if everything goes well, it will be okay. So definitely we must use the opportunity to thank them, because at the end of it, this is why I am here, to appeal the issues of my people and its address. That's all what I need. I'm not here to do any other thing, just the concern of my people, to bring it here and they respond to it, and which has been done. So I must thank the President and the Ministry and NAWEC for the response. But equally, I must also thank the Ministry of Works. As you know, Bundung, our road project was delayed, but so far so good. As I'm speaking to you, there is a very good team that are working, so we are appealing to the ministry, let them try and maintain the team, you know, at least so that at least the work can be done, you know, in a very speedy manner. Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Health, we want to thank him for bringing a very good generator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the technicians here present in various departments. Honorable Speaker, I also want to condemn the killing of these innocent policemen, and may their soul rest in perfect peace, and may the other one have speedy recovery. Honorable Speaker, we have to be very careful. This country belongs to all of us. You have to be very careful. You don't know whether you will be the first one to be in that war. This belongs to all of us. Honorable Speaker, this country, what we want right now, we all know the situation of the country. The basic commodities are very high. The rent is very high. What we need now, Honorable Speaker, we need general salary restructure, so that those who are receiving little, they can also receive more. The police, the teachers, their salaries are very small. A house rent, just look at 250, as the other speaker said. Where in this country you will go? If we cannot increase the salary, Honorable Speaker, we have to look at the allowances. The house rent, we have to look at that. For colonial years, still now, the same amount. We should try and look at that. And I'm appealing to all the honorable members Please, let's look at the house rent. Let us try and increase the house rent. It will help. If we cannot increase the salary, but we increase the house rent. Honorable Speaker, we also have to look at the draft constitution. The most important document is the constitution. All what you are saying, here, when we have a better constitution, draft constitution, that was thrown in this house, and it is the National Assembly members that throw it. This is why your role is very critical, Honorable Speaker. Our role is very critical. We have to be very careful. I always say that here. These technicians, when they come, they just want to see what is in them. It is left to us to look at it critically and see whether it is going to help our people or not. We are their mouthpiece. This is why they send us here. They cannot say anything. It is we who are here. Honorable Speaker, this FGM, it was passed here in this very house. It was passed in this very house. Please don't distract me. Please, no, don't. It is passed in this very house. If you are not careful, if you pass a bad law here, you might one day be there as a speaker. You might one day be there. You might one day be there. So, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Member for Sami, I want to hear what you said about
what I'm saying. If you pass a law, any honorable member pass a bad law, you may one day be there. You may one day be there. That's for all of us. I can be a speaker. He can be a speaker. Any other person can be a speaker. So, why you want to repeal it, the FGM? It doesn't go well with our people, Honorable Speaker. So, honorable members, please, next session, let us try and repeal this law. It's a bad law for our people. Let it be open. Whoever wants to do it, you do it. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government. This present government, I want to thank them. Good number. If you go to my constituency, many people have electricity. Yes, many people have electricity, and there are other villages that did not have. I want the government still to look at those areas so that they can have. You have good roads, there are roads there, but still there are other roads that are still not, maintained, and they have already inaugurated. So I want them to, please don't distract me, please. Okay, now, with regard to the challenges, Honorable Speaker, Bansam Ferry Crossing is a nightmare, as the other honorable member said. And the honorable member for Nyanija stated, CRR North is at disadvantaged stage. The whole CRR North, no major hospital. It's only Bansam. And the ferry is, since colonial time, people are pulling. Huh? Honorable Speaker, I think that has to be looked at. There is a project at Karantaba, Munko Park, tourism. They need to look at that project since 2022. That project, still now, there is nothing completed in that. Honorable Speaker, agriculture, livestock. I always used to say, is two things, crops and animals. But look at those who have done the crop science at Gambia College. When they finish the crop science, they employ them. But those who have completed livestock assistant, they don't employ them directly. Some of them, before they pick up a job, they suffer. Those who have done livestock assistant. So I want the chair for agriculture to engage agriculture, PMO, why those people are not employed directly. Why? The chair, please, engage the PMO, engage agriculture, why those who have completed livestock assistants are not easily employed. And those who have done crops are already employed, direct employment. And you still say that, yes, that's why I always used to say you have to separate these two, livestock and crops. That's my thinking. Because all the budget goes to crops. And if the crops did not do well, they don't cater for the animals, we all suffer. Honorable Speaker, health is still an issue in CRR North, as I put it, particularly in Same. Look, particularly in Same. Please, just leave me. Particularly in Same. You say there are some villages like Bayaba, Demfai. Those people are very remote. I think the health should try.
Honorable Member for Sami. Honorable members, no, your time is gone. I have even taken over. Honorable members, we must be very mindful with some of our statements. It's not a blanket statement that we can make. And we should always remember, always remember that we are not dealing with angels, we are dealing with human beings. Always at the back of your mind. That some people who shout loud made blunders yesterday. So to err is human. And I want to let's remind ourselves to clause 29(6) of the standing orders. Sorry, 29(7) of the standing orders. 7, sub 7. Let me read it. The conduct of the Speaker or judges, clause 29, sub 7, that is on page 31 of the standing orders, the last one down. Let me read. The conduct of the Speaker or judges or other persons performing judicial functions in respect of those functions shall not be referred to except on a substantive motion. Honorable members, I will now call on the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And may I start my deliberation with the mourning of the policemen that are murdered, because one of the officers who is party is from my area, and the lady who is struggling in the hospital one time worked for me under the abattoir for 2 good years. So this is something very touching. So that's why I want to come to talk on the security issues will be the last area I will discuss. At the moment, let me start with the challenges of my area, which is Fonyi Jarol. Honorable Speaker, Fonyi Jarol is going through a series of challenges. And then one of the challenges is the economic challenges. I will start by thanking the government of the Gambia, especially under the Ministry of Gender, by giving funds to certain women to do business. But unfortunately, the businesses that my people want to venture in, they cannot, because it's very disturbing to see these women take loans only to get into firewood business. And then at the borders there, we know what is happening there when our people are gone down. Honorable Speaker, again, the youth, Fonyi Jarol is becoming very lonely, and Gambia is becoming very lonely. The reason of saying this, youths are leaving this country. Last Thursday alone, 8 buses left for the back way. They've gone. Every day, every week, a youth will call when he is outside Gambia to say that he's around Algeria or Libya. And then the women of my area or the people of my area would be selling their domestic animals or their property to be sending money to these people. When those who already finished school are without jobs. So this is another challenge for my people. And then security in my area is also another challenge. Kalaji police station, very unfortunate, an incident to happen around Kampasa. They are without a vehicle and they have to hire a motorbike to put fuel there to go and then witness this scene. Sometime before they reach there, Kampasa is already at the border. Maybe the culprit has already gone into Casamas. And the other issue also that my people are facing, because we have inadequate these women gardens, and most of these women are complaining of maybe have this economic problem because of they are not engaged into other economic activities. And I would want government also to look into this, because the illegal migration is definitely alarming. I am very much disturbed, because every day one of my people, and I know all of us here at the National Assembly, most of us here are facing the same problem, because they are calling us to help them. And then how do we sort out this problem? This is why I say that the people we call our partners, I think we need to engage them. We call it illegal migration, but when you go to the UN Charter, I think it's spelled out, that free movement of people. So I wonder if these economic migrants are traveling, they end up in asylum camps where they are detained, where their people have spent thousands of dollars, are returned back to the country. So government needs to stand for it. Honorable Speaker, let me get into the management challenges also that this government is going through. Well, at the moment, we can point to the recent directors, permanent secretaries, or ministers. Some of you inherited the problems that you are going through. And then we cannot also blame you for the under-resource of your institutions, because I have been going around trying to find out some of your requests or your budget for the year that has been approved. No single institution even told me that they've already got 20%. All is below 20%. So which means that's our problem. But again, if you look at it, where I'm going to blame the government, you look at how these resources are managed, how these funds are managed, looking at this audit report, almost a $500 million is unaccounted for. So now if we are approving budgets, even what we have approved for, institutions cannot get that funds. Imagine now the $500 million that is already, they have that in hand, also disappeared. We could even create employment for our people. Because of time, I think I have to rush to security. Because I told you this incident that happened, it hurts me more than any person in this campus here. Because one of them is from my place, the other lady worked under me 2 years, the one struggling in the hospital. Why are we going through these security problems? The Honorable Fofoni Councillor has mentioned a lot of issues that we want to deny. That's why I always say that we are looking back too much, and then we don't want to acknowledge the realities. Because we have stripped the powers of the NIA officers. We have stripped down the powers of the police officers. We have stripped down the powers of the army in the name of democracy. Now we have started paying heavy prices. Now we want to blame the police officers. Imagine a police officer on night duty is not even armed, only holding a baton to go and fight a criminal. Now they gun him down. All of us are here to make, and others are here to defend. What has happened here? That's why a lot of people call me to ask Jammeh to forgive them, They are apologizing. They say, let me ask Jammeh to forgive them. I'm extending this message to the ex-president, that people are saying that let me ask you to forgive them for all the labels they put on you, that you are a murderer, you are a killer. On the whole, this is a Gambian problem, this is a Gambian attitude, because the same thing continues. We have completely neglected our security. I always speak here since day one. This is why we are now going under serious problems. And then we have to correct these issues by arming our people and respecting them. We have to give back the powers that the SIS have before. We have to give back the powers that the police have before. We have to give back the powers that the army has before if we want this country to be secure. But in the name of democracy, sometimes I cannot even define the democracy of this country. It's completely different from the Western democracy. Because in fact, when it comes to our laws, they are pushing us to put in certain things. That is not our culture, that is not our tradition. And they will not dictate them. This is the dictatorial government than the other government that rejects and then only the input of its people. That's what democracy is all about. It should be about the inputs of your people, but not about someone dictating what your laws should be. Now we are under the criminals. We are now controlled by criminals. Everyone now is scared. Now we have started talking about security. We are now under the control of the criminals. This is what we wanted. Because before, if you report to NIA, only 5 minutes if you live there, you try to avoid problems completely. But now people have become men and brave people since 2017. When 1994 to 2016, there was only one brave guy. Everyone was running, leaving this country. But now, because of this new democracy, we have almost now 1,000 brave men causing all this chaos in this country. People can release odios, tribal odios, hate odios. No one even has a sense of direction in this country now. Look at the administration of this government. Our SIS, even if they go to arrest someone, they are very much careful because the next minute is on social media.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to the member for Nyamina East. Nyamina East is not here. The member for Kiang Central. Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will join with my colleague honorables to send my condolence to the brave families of the deceased. Our grandsmen who were laid to rest, may God grant them Jannatul Firdaus. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention with my constituency problem. Honorable Speaker, I want this August Assembly to take note that Busumbala constituency has been very generous to the Republic of the Gambia. A clear testimony to that will be they have given this state a land to build various critical infrastructures that are productive to our well-being. One among that is the airport of the Gambia, the police training school, NIA training school, the army barracks, and the recent allocation of land to members of this August Assembly. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, we want that compensation, adequate compensation for that matter, to families and traditional land owners of that very place that has been given to members of this parliament and this parliamentary staffs. There are family members within my constituency that approached me several times on this issue. We are saying Gambia government should adequately compensate them so that they will get the benefits of their landed property. We understand state land acts. We also understand the constitutional provisions regarding the land appropriations. But then we are saying
the same provision also caters for adequate compensation of landowners. So let them be compensated adequately. We also want some development projects in our area. One, recreational facilities. Those lands, before they will all be allocated to private individuals, we want recreational facility to be stationed around the airport, Johnson, for the benefit of this country. We also want the women gardeners in Banjulindi to be considered for proper availability of electricity and also water, so that it will ease their cultivation on their horticultural garden at that area. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I may not talk about the recent killing. As I understand today, the matter is before the court on this issue. But all what I want to say is, like, we have seen the report of Human Rights Commission on non-compliance of Gambia security forces, particularly the Gambia Police Force, on Section 19 of the 1997 Constitution. In essence, what we are saying, they are giving disregard to this very important provision, thereby abusing people's rights to liberty. The Constitution is very clear in Section 19 that people should not be subject to arbitrary arrest and detention. But we have seen these recent passes, the Gambia Police Force are dwelling into that, arresting people and detaining them arbitrarily. We started with Nene Freda Gomez, Gilbert Gomez, Ismaila C., Momodu Sabali. All these are persons who are subjected to this arbitrary arrest and detention. We have seen even several demands and were made to government when Sabal was arrested in connection to shortly after the coup, that his statements are no more, infringing the rights of anybody. His statements are political statements. We warned the government, and the government just went and arrested him, detained him over 72 hours. These things need to stop now. We have seen this incident also when it happened. Political actors were arrested, and they were a strong signal to Gambia Police Force that they are policing the whole Gambia, not a political party. They are there to police Gambian and non-Gambian that are residing in this country. They are not to take directive from political opponents to use it against other oppositions. Let them stop that. And we have seen in this country also, the police are brutally, torturing some political figures, and nothing comes out of it. We have seen it here. A police officer with a gun threatening a political figures in this country, and the matter is reported at the Inspector General of Police, and nothing comes out of it. We have seen in this country police officers brutalizing our own citizens, and the matter is reported at the police, to the IGP's desk, and nothing comes out of it. Let the police stop being biased in performing their primary responsibility to secure life and properties of this country. I told the Deputy Inspector General on his briefing last time that if you want to politicize this issue, you are not helping the country. Investigate it professionally. All those who are responsible should be brought to book. But Don't politicize it. And this is my warning, and this is my message to him still. Gambia Police Force should be professional. They should not be partisan in their investigations. They should not be carried by social media commentators.
I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. I wanted you to call my name. Appreciate it. To Fonyi Bintang Karana, most important than anything. The people of Fonyi Bintang Karana.
Honorable member, yes, I cannot hear you. What were you saying?
My time has been eaten. I said, most importantly, to the people of Fonyi Bintang Karana. Or before that, I said I wanted you to call my name, and you did. Thank you. Now, to the people of Fonyi Bintang Karana, imagine from Kanilai up to Bullock, there is only one fire station that is in Kanilai. And Fonyi is vulnerable in terms of fire break. Now, in the event we have fire break, what will happen to us? So we definitely need a fire station, especially in Sibanor, as it will serve all the neighboring villages from Syria. We spoke about the issue of electrification, and alhamdulillah, the Minister of Energy promised us that he will supply us with electric and giving me the list of certain villages, which I am anticipating and waiting for wholeheartedly. Honorable Speaker, it's not a pleasant thing for one to be speaking English language in this chamber. Members want to express themselves freely. Members want to speak to their electorates. Members want the electorate to understand what they want to communicate to them. But this has been restricted because of the language that we are speaking. This language is a foreign language. It's never a pleasant thing for us to be speaking this language. It is not a pride for us to speak the English language. So what will be more appropriate is for us to speak the local language. The local language that will go down into the heart of our people, for our people to understand what we are saying at the National Assembly. Once they understand, they will appreciate. That is something very important, and I want all the National Assembly members to look into it. Coming down to the issue of Gambia College. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia College students, especially the in-service students, they went through a lot during the past weeks because they could not get their attestation. And Monday, the schools are to be opened. Now, because the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, or the Gambia College, the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education should pay the Gambia College an amount of money, but they could not pay. For that very reason, the students' attestation, they could not receive it up to date. But I am reliably informed by the DPS that they are working on it, and inshallah, it is a done deal, it is facilitated. I want the government of the day to concentrate more on education, as education is key and central. In the absence of education, nothing can be achieved. And look at what the young are going through. They want to learn in this country, they are restricted. They want to migrate to go and sign for greener pasture, they are restricted. They wanted development, they wanted employment, they are restricted. Now, when you were campaigning in 2016, you told them that you were going to give them free visa to Europe. And you came, in return, what did you give them? You deported them. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs was not bold enough to come to us to bring deportation issue into this National Assembly. When the West were coming here, what legal document did they have that warranted them to come here? During the slave trade, they came here willingly. We never wanted their presence. They forced themselves into us, loot all our resources. Today we want to pay back the visit, and they are restricting us. And you want us to endorse that for them to deport our people. We will never be part of it, and never will we entertain it. And let the government take note of these realities. And we are not taking it lightly with the government. Deport them as it used to be, but it will never be through our consent. Our consent is clear that the West did not get that legal document when they were coming here. And for the fact that they did not get the legal document, we do not require any document to travel. The world is meant for us to move around, and we will continue to move around, and nothing can stop us. Thank you. So the issue of the security is a burning issue. This is why, Honorable Speaker, that day, I was emotionally moved for the very fact that young boys were shot to death. And the girl they are very, very young, who went into the security to look for employment. And for the fact that they are trying to save the country, to protect the life and properties of Gambian people. They were shot to death. And what was their crime? Their crime was serving the country. Their crime was trying to protect the country. Their crime was trying to protect the properties of our people. Nothing. They did absolutely nothing. You just come out of hatred, you shoot them to death. It would have been better if a politician was shot to death. But not our security officers. Not our security officers. These are men and women. These are men and women that will stand on the burning sun. No matter what, we still love them and appreciate them. No matter what, they are from us. They are from our society. And no matter what, we could not pay them what, we still love them and appreciate them. And we will continue to defend their rights. They are our security officers, and they emanate from us. So this is something that will not be accepted. And we will never condone such a thing. To the security officers, the government could not pay you. We could not pay you. Here, the whole house, we could not pay you. We owe you an apology. We are apologizing to all of you. Because that day it was so shameful for me to look into the eyes of the security officers. What will I tell them? That they are trying to secure us and they are shot to death. Look at that boy, Lamin Jammeh, who was shot in North Bank, brought by the honorable member for Lower Nyomi, was lying down in Demban Clinic, Banjul here, Demban Clinic, Banjul. For almost 4 months, this guy is no attention, full attention was given to him. Alhamdulillah, the IG tried to the best of his ability. But to the Ministry of Health, nothing absolutely. That guy, 3 operations was done on that guy. Still, he was trying here. And they left him there like that, who was on his national duties. But to the gun heroes, I said, وَبَصِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. Allah said, give glad tidings to those that when disaster strike them, they say, to Allah we come from, and to Him we shall return. And may Allah reward them Jannatul Firdaus. I thank you all for your kind attention.
The member for Banjul North. The member for Jokadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleagues to send my condolences to the bereaved families of the late security forces who have fallen down a few days ago. It was so horrific, so barbaric, and we are all here to condemn it. And we don't want such to happen anymore in this country. Honorable Speaker, as we start the adjournment debate, I will be starting with education for my constituency, that is Jokadu. I'm saying a big thanks to the Ministry of Education and her staff for ably constructing a new classroom block for Munyagin Basic Cycle, and the work is already completed. And I'm still appealing to the Honorable Minister to help us, at least give us another senior secondary school, because Jokadu is a big constituency, and then we are having only one senior secondary school at Kuntaya, which is on the highway, and then most villages are in the interior. And there's a community called Kir Amadou Basic Cycle. I would love the ministry to look into that so that that school can be blessed with a senior secondary school, because the catchment area that surrounds that community are many, and they are very far from Kuntaya. So I would love a senior secondary school to be built in Kir Amadou Basic Cycle. Honorable Speaker, then I move to health. I also say a big congratulations to the Ministry of Health for giving me another health center. Jokadu was having only one in Kuntaya, and now a new health center has been built in a community called Kisemajao in the interior. That health center also is almost completed, and then we're still appealing to the health post that was also mentioned for Jokadu, which is supposed to be built in a community called Medina Mudum. We are still asking the Honorable Minister to tell us how soon that project also will start, because the land has already been allocated, and then the paperwork has been done, and it is already transferred to under the Health Ministry. The community is just waiting to see the project started. Honorable Speaker, then to electricity. There was a comprehensive list that was requested from me by the Minister of Energy, which I did. But after going through the list, I can see that there are 8 communities that are exempted, that were in the list, but they are not indicated in this list that he has submitted. So I am appealing to him to also reconsider those communities so that they also will be able to benefit from this electricity project. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources. There was a borehole that was dug in Ker Amadou, and it is more than 3 years now. That borehole is sealed there, and still now we are waiting, but we don't have any proper communication as to the condition of that borehole, when the completion will be done. And that place is a very big community where you have so many cattle, and really that borehole would help if it is completed. From there also, in Ministry of Agriculture, under the Giraffe project, there is a community garden that they're supposed to build in Ker Omorsen, to be erected in Ker Omorsen. They came there, it's almost a year now. The community sat and then met and discussed, but still now we are waiting to see the starting of that project. So I'm appealing to the Agriculture Ministry also to come up and then see to it that that project kick-started in the soonest possible time. Honorable Speaker, Jokadu at the moment, when it comes to roads network, we are really desperate. I was here since 2017, and I have talked about the bad road conditions which are in Jokadu in so many gatherings. I talked about these roads in adjournment debate. I write questions about these roads. I've gone to NRA on several occasions. They have gone there for several surveys. I went to the ministry. But up to now, nothing has been done about these roads. And the people in that area, they are really suffering. These roads were built since 1985, and they are completely washed away. They are no more motorable. They have big gullies. There are communities which, since this rainy season started, you cannot access from one community to another. Imagine how about if they have women that's supposed to go to Kuntaya for labor. It's very difficult for them. And definitely, my people told me that they are not taking this thing very light with this government. Because if you could remember, Jokadu is among the 2 constituencies where this NPP government tested their power when it comes to election. And then they won. But still now, people are talking about these roads, but nothing has been done about this road. So what they told me is, this year, the slogan in Jokadu is, no road, no budget. No road, no budget. And by extension, And this is very serious. I'm not laughing. I'm on a serious note. Come 2026, no road, no vote. I'm very serious. The one that I am talking to, they know. Jokadu was voting for the incumbent. And then the incumbent, we want roads from the government because we are part of the Gambia. Because all the roads in Jokadu, at this juncture, when you go there and then you see them, no, you will wonder why these people are supporting government. It's so disheartening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and the people of Opanyomi and Jokadu as well as Lower Nyomi. I understand the Hakalan Road stretches as far as Jokadu. And that stretch of Jokadu, they are very grateful to government. Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also like to add my voice in condemning the recent shooting of our police officers that led to their fatalities. And we are still mourning as a nation. And the process is still ongoing, the investigation is still ongoing. So I wouldn't want to delve much into the issue. But there's something that I pay notice to that I really wish to share with this august body. I've been seeing a lot of back and forth from both sides of the coin. I think what's happening currently is as a result of how we are as politicians. We've politicized and polluted the entire system. So whatever happens in this country, it will be based on which side of the coin things happen from. That's the reality. I think we have to face it. When it comes to the derogatory remarks, I think looking afar from an independent perspective, I'm seeing derogatory remarks from both sides of the coin, and that's the reality. That's the thing. And I think we have to really look at ourselves properly. Because I always tend to say this, the way we act as politicians, the things that we say, our characteristics, those characteristics also depict how our people, the ones that follow us, that's how they'll be as well. So we have to be very mindful as to the things that we utter, how we conduct ourselves. We all can't have things our way all the time, right? And I think at some point we also have to have respect for us, for each other. And I think in this August Assembly, a member did make mention of it, that there was a period, there was a time whereby we all were together at some point. Everything was nice and flourishing. Well, and nobody complained, right? There was a time when both parties were in the same boat. And all parties were enjoying the amenities and the privileges of governance. So I see no reason why all of a sudden, once we part ways, we tend to see things from a different perspective and tend to politicize everything at our own convenience. I think that's very illegitimate, and I think that's very irresponsible from our sides, and I think we have to do this from it. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I would first like to start with regards to drug issues that is really plaguing the country, most especially my constituency. This drug issue, I did ask the Honorable Minister yesterday when we were having our orals. Most of his statements were based on the idea of cannabis and stuff like that. But I think there was even a publication from the leak, the PRO said that the biggest inception of illicit drugs from the post office were the drug called ecstasy. And there's this street name they give to it called Jinabas or Gau Gau. Yeah, I think the issue of marijuana is being talked about mostly, but the effect these drugs are having on our young people is beyond imagination. It's beyond imagination. I sat down in one of the booths in my constituency, and a young person came and was actually asking us to help him to get home because of the effect of the illicit drug that he used. That's serious. I don't think marijuana does that to anyone. Yeah. So I think these things need to be revisited thoroughly, and most of the ministers' deliberations were good, but they were bringing solutions. But I think we need to look at preventive measures, in my own perspective. We need to be very vigilant in making sure we find ways as to how these drugs are entering into our country. And also, we as community leaders, anywhere that we see, have entrusted certain people in my constituency to be on the lookout for people that are bringing these illicit drugs in my constituency. And I've made it very clear in all the booths that anyone that they even suspect, to put that to my attention, and I'll make sure I do the needful for these people to be apprehended immediately. Honorable Speaker, still on the same issue, usually I do have frequent walks in the morning after prayers, and most of the time I even, in my midst, I would see the patrol officers surrounding up young people in some of my constituency, and I know it happens in most areas in the country here. These are small substance abuses. They are not the big people bringing these illicit drugs. And time again, we've been seeing big publications in our news outlets having big drug busts, but still, I haven't still seen any of the culprits being put to book. Recently, there were even, I don't want to be too specific, but there are even instances where we see people who are still walking scot-free after being apprehended and taken to court. So it doesn't, it doesn't make any sense to me at the particular moment. It's like Mile 2, it's like Kuma Amday, Akuma Amunday. That's how I see Mile 2. Like, the only people that are in Mile 2 are those that are poor and cannot afford things for themselves. Honorable Speaker, I would like to touch a bit on a youth conference I was invited at. It's called the Banjul Youth Diplomats Conference recently. It's an initiative put together by young people from the entire country. Part of the resolutions they made, and this is something that they've said that I should raise here in Parliament, that the CSOs, they want to have an interface, direct interface, with no strings attached with the President of the Republic. So I would like to put that through. Also, Honorable Speaker, in terms of domestic issues plaguing Banjul as a community, someone made mention here, the issue of rent is also being a big barrier in our day-to-day activities, because currently we are having a large mass exodus in the capital city, which should be the beacon and the hope of any country. Any country that you go, the capital city has to be top-notch. I think it's only in the Gambia here, whereby you can compare the capital city with any other place here in the Gambia. Looking at things from afar, from your perspectives, especially those in the rural areas, they will see Banjulians especially as elitist. But most of the things you guys are complaining, we are also feeling the same things. We have power shortages, we have water shortages, among other things that are really proving very daunting for us. And I think these issues need to be raised. And also, the idea of friends also, I think this August Assembly need to look deep into it, because I don't see anywhere in our laws whereby it said that you have to pay 6 months in advance, or you have to, oh, my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The member for Janjambure, the member for Lower Nyomi. Lower Nyomi, please, can you take the floor? Yeah, can you shift?
Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, Office of the Clerk, security services present, the media fraternity, the officials representing different ministries, good evening to you all. Honorable Speaker, I will be very, very brief today in my deliberation. I will first start praying for the farmers from my beloved constituency of Lower Nyomi for a bumper harvest, and may we all witness to enjoy it together. With that regard, I will thank the President of this country, together with the government, for reducing the cost of fertilizer for the farmers. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, my beloved constituency of Lower Nyomi are still facing the same difficulties, like health facility problems, ambulance for fast community clinic, the community ambulance that was given to Tuba Angale, lack of electric supply for so many villages, clean drinking water, school furniture, and learning materials. Feeder roads, as so many other members claim, garden for women, mini stadium for the youths, and a sea ambulance that I used to serve here over and over, to be situated at Bara, to be evacuating patients from Bara to Banjul. Honorable Speaker, with electricity, now there is hope, and hope we can believe in. As I see, some poles are offloaded in a village called Bangali and Tuba Angale. With that, definitely is a big hope, and definitely hoping for it to be erected soon. Thank you very much, the Ministry of Energy. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, clean drinking water is a problem, particularly to a village called Jinak. I do mention it here over and over. This village have been suffering since colonial days. For them to get clean drinking water is a problem. I always mention, the water they drink, they buy it. The water they cook their meal, they buy it. This is very, very serious. I cried it out here over and over, but no help. No help. It's very, very serious. And the member for Central Baribu can attest to this, because he is a living witness. He used to live there for some years. Definitely those people are suffering, and appealing to government, really, for them to be helped with clean drinking water. Honorable Speaker, for not to prolong my deliberation, I will join my fellow National Assembly members to condemn the attack to our men and women in uniform that happened last week. And I am praying.
Honorable Member, there is point of order.
Okay.
Can you please switch off your mic?
Thank you very much.
There is a point of order from the member for Latikuna. Can you hear your point of order?
Point of order 29.2. 29.2, reference shall not be made to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active in such a way as might, in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson, prejudice the interests of both parties. I think matter of the day was placed before the National Assembly. We all paid tribute to the fallen heroes. I see National Assembly politicizing this on and on and on. It's better we respect our standing orders and leave this matter rest. It's sub judice, it's before the courts.
Honorable Member, I am not sure if the matter is before the court. However, I will come back to this. Honorable Member, please proceed.
So it's before the courts. That's why I raised the point of order, please. It's before the courts, and every National Assembly member knows this matter is now sub judice. It's before the courts. If it is not of their knowledge, I can put to you that it is before the courts. It has been pronounced before the magistrate court this morning, please.
Okay, thank you very much, my able chairman.
Honorable Member, to be honest with you, I am not aware of the matter being before the court. But nonetheless, I said I will come back to the matter and make my ruling. I will come back to the matter. The member for, I will consult and come back. That's what I said already. I said I will come back and later. So that's, yes. Honorable Member for Lowanyomi, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my able chairman. I know you wanted to distract me, but no problem with that. But that will not stop me from praying for the demise. May their soul rest in perfect peace. And may the wounded individual to be recovered soonest. Finally, Honorable Speaker, like I promised, I'm not going to prolong my deliberation. I wish all of you a happy Mauludun Nabi in advance. Amin Ya Rabbal Alameen. And then, on that note, I thank you all, and then I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as I said earlier on, because I was in Soso, I wanted to confirm with my aides, and I've been informed that they can confirm that the matter is before the court. And however, I took note of the fact that members are not dwelling into the details of the case. They are only sympathizing with the victims as representative of the people. However, we are framed by law from taking over with matters or issues that are before the court of law. That's my ruling. Thank you. The member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You have, the Speaker has made a ruling that those one who will go, they will allow them to speak first, but none of them are here. Most of them, sorry. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. And Honorable Speaker, we are here to represent our people. And again, we are all using the same passport, the same color, ID card, the same thing. This is why we are called National Assembly members. Politics doesn't take any country forward. I beg my colleagues to allow the due process of law to be taken. Honorable Speaker, I will go back to my parliamentary question that I have made here for the Minister of Communications, Digital and Economic. Honorable Speaker, the reason why members are asking questions, whether you know it or not, or whether you want to admit or not, they have their facts and they have made their thorough research to a particular question. So I think to build these nations, we allow things to flow well, Honorable Speaker. The question was 287-203, member for Lower Salem. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy frankly tell this august Assembly whether it's true that the International Gateway provides solid cash flow to the company, Gamtel, in hard currency and healthy foreign exchange reserves for the government? If yes, Honorable Minister, can you, if yes, Honorable Minister, explain from 2012 to date, what is the total revenue collected and what caused the liberalization of the International Gateway? With the Honorable Minister trying to dilly-dally my questions, and the Speaker of the House trying to protect him of giving us false information. Part of the question was answered, and part was not answered. My request was to know the revenue.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Honorable Member, you don't make those blanket statements without evidence.
No, of course there's evidence.
Listen, sit down. Honorable Member, you better learn the ethics of parliamentary procedures. What is my interest to protect somebody? No, but whoever was sitting here, whoever he may be, please, don't make, I told you, in fact, I just quoted before I left, Section 29(7). You don't talk about the President, the Speaker, and judges until on a substantive motion. No, whether you are referring to me or another speaker, No. What I'm saying is, you see, when you talk about speaker, honorable, what I'm saying is, honorable, you see, I'm not talking about honorable. Please, honorable, please. You see, it's not about me, it's about the office of speaker. If you look, listen, honorable, please. Honorable, please. Sami, honorable member for Sami, please. When the speaker is speaking, you don't talk, you sit down. No, at all times, please. That is the standing order. When I am talking, all else sit down, and nobody talks except with my leave. And if you are here, we will give you the same respect. No, don't talk to me personally. I was checking on you on the use of speaker. You cannot talk about the speaker, the president, the judges. I told you that. So whether it's me or another speaker or another president or another judge, it is not correct. Please. No, please note that down. I don't want to belabor this. Whether you made yourself clear, you are not referring to me what? What I'm saying is, I understood that. But what I'm saying, Honorable, please. So my problem is, we are working here and we have regulated ourselves. And one of our duty, my principal duty, is to enforce the regulations so that we all perform within those regulations as much as possible. To err is human. We can all err out and in. But when you are called to order, accept it. You don't argue about calling you to order.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Member for Sami, do you know that when the Speaker rules, whether you like it or not, it stands there. That stands. The only time you can move it, go to your standing orders. Please, Honorable Member for Sami, please obey the rules that we have all created and adopted. Yes, when I'm talking, you are disobeying the rule. I'm not giving you permission. Don't push me to my limits. I try to understand you as much as possible. But let's give each other our dues, please. So, Honorable Member, my point is not whether you're talking about me or somebody else. I'm reminding you of the standing orders as to what cannot be done, whether it's Afabakari or another person or another person. Note that. If I'm not around, Honorable Stidi is not around, somebody else is sitting here, the same thing applies to the person. Note that, please. Can you go ahead, please?
I didn't say anything about when you are not there. What I said here is, every member that you have seen with the coxswains, he makes his research. But the Speaker was trying to back the minister in me.
Don't repeat it again. If you repeat it, I will not give you your floor again.
If you want, you can cease it.
Please continue with your deliberation.
You can cease it, I have no problem, because you don't want people to say the truth. I have no problem with that. Yes, if the minister said the part of the coxswains he can answer, but the second one met him in abroad, what is that? Honorable Speaker. Means he doesn't want to tell you the truth. Where he is refused to give us the revenue, already we have that revenue with us. This is why we allow him just to dilly-dally the gallery. But fact of the matter is, he doesn't want to give us the accurate revenue collections. Where I'm dragging him, if he reach there, he might leave that office. Honorable Speaker. You know, we changed this regime for the betterment of our people. What is going since 1965 up to last regime, we will not allow it to happen in this present government. We fought for justice for our people, to make sure that the living of our people is well given to our people. This is why we fought for this 2016 change. Gambia has decided. Honorable Speaker. The revenue, what he refused to give us, is here with us. Because we have access to information anywhere. The summary of 2006 to 2010 February, the net revenue of the gateway, Honorable Speaker, for 15 months, that's 4 years, 2 months, is 134,856,357.98 for the total revenue in dollars. Honorable Speaker, the total revenue Gamtel sees in these monies by these three companies, it was 38,510,209.47. That's Gamtel sees in dollars. If it goes to government average monthly revenue for these three companies, 2,513,933.74 in dollars. If they sacrifice the entire Gambians for liberalizing this gateway just because of their interest, my God, where are we going? It's very sad. If people want to speak it, they don't allow you to speak the truth. It's very sad. Just for $25 $25 million for 20 years period. When the former regime, President Jammeh, at your time, they said he has a machine to print money. No! This is where he gets these monies, at this gateway. Honorable Speaker. At your time, you give monies to individuals in millions of dollars. They said, President Jammeh prints money. No, it's here he gets these monies. Honorable Speaker, I think it's better we speak the truth. You can see the FPAC report. Just 25 million for 20 years. You have mortgaged the country to losing millions of dollars just because of your interest. It is sad nation, Honorable Speaker. Should we continue on depending on these Western people? Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Kiang Central. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to observe something. I want the speakers to understand, if I see people, if they are entering into the assembly, they bow down in humility. This is not about Mr. Jada, this is not about Sidinjai. This is about the respect that the members have for the seat, which, the sanctity of the seat, which you are just a mere emblem. So I want always for us to separate persons from the seats they are occupied. I want to be very brief. I have few thematic areas I want to touch. That is contract management and administration in this country. I'll also talk about the public procurement process, cabinet approvals to procurement processes, and the pre-finance procedure. Honorable Speaker, I'll also talk about the Gambia Police Force and their relationship with the spokesperson of the executive. This needs to be touched. It's going to be very sharp, dissecting every disease organ. Honorable Speaker, I will also talk about the sports ministry, the Gambia achievement in football, even though I'm not a football fan, but I've been very observant. I will also talk about Ministry of Finance. Honorable Speaker, contract management and administration in this country. If honorable members pay attention when the budget is brought before the National Assembly, a good part of it goes into contract, especially road construction, school construction, etc., etc. But contract management and administration in this country is the biggest problem. There is no ministry in this country. I've been in project management for the past 12 years. It's a problem for the fact that our project implementation structures lack capacity. Our project implementation structures are always compromised.
This is why most of the time our contracts fail. We'll pump millions of dollars or dollars into contracts, award of contracts. Subsequently, they all fail because consultants are compromised. Clients are compromised. And this is something that has to stop. Otherwise, we are not going to see the money for value as far as our projects are concerned. There is no minister in this country that will implement the projects from last day up to the project cycle without any problem. As I said before, the project implementers are all compromised, the consultants are compromised, the clients are compromised, monitoring is weak, project management structures are all weak, project management structures are not resourceful to do their best. And this is something that the government should look into. The government is losing a lot of money as far as project contract management and administration is concerned. The second will be public procurement process. This is where the biggest problems lie. This, I mean, how contracts are awarded. We have seen the OIC projects. A typical example is the OIC. Contracts that were awarded for a period of 14 months. It's over 2 years now, the contractors are still less than 9%. And the minister was here yesterday defending that, which is very, very, very unfortunate. The contract awarded for a period of 14 years is now over 2 years. Contract is still lacking at 9%. Procurement process starts from who do you identify, or which contractor you identify to do the job. This is very, very unfortunate because it is compromised. There is serious executive interference into award of contracts. Because when you send in the bid documents, either the RFP or the request for proposal, contractors are invited, bid process is open, evaluation is done based on technical and financial proposals. But what happens is, there will be executive interference, and subsequently, these contracts are awarded to non-performing contracts. That is why, day in, day out, we are seeing project failures all over. Minister of Sports, an example, stadium projects that should last for 1 year is now dragged into another 3 or 4 years, which is very, very unfortunate. With regards to the Gambia Police Force, if you look at the Constitution, it's very clear. Section 178 of the Constitution, the Gambia Police Force. There shall be a police force of the Gambia, of which the Inspector General of Police shall be the head rather. The police force shall be equipped and maintained to perform its traditional role of maintaining law and order, and such other functions as may be prescribed by the Act of the National Assembly. The Gambia Police Force should take their stance and restrain the government spokesperson on commenting on crime. He is incompetent, he is disrespectfully and shamelessly biased, he is all over. And it is high time the Gambia Police to restrain him on comment. He is also incompetent. He is not a crime expert. He keeps politicizing issues that are crime related. The Gambia Police Force has a full PR department. There is don't distract me, please. There is a full-fledged department at the police force, and it's high time.
Honorable member.
Yes.
Let me hear the point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on point 29.2, subsection 2, which reads, and I'll give you the background. Reference shall not be made to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active in such a way as might, in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson, prejudice the interest of. No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing because you've made a ruling on that.
Sorry, sorry, Honorable Member.
Yes.
I was made to understand that the murder of those police officers, the case has been taken to court. And the Speaker before me had ruled on it. I think that is very clear. So what is the issue now?
The reference by the member on the spokesperson is related to the same issue. It's the same issue he's talking about because that is what where the spokesperson talked about. So I think that reference should not be made.
All right, honorable members. As I said, let's try to go by the laws that govern us and the country. People debated this issue here because at the time we were not aware that it had been taken to court. It was under investigation then. And later it came to the information of the Speaker that the case had been taken to court. And when it goes to court, we should not even allow ourselves to discuss it. Let's allow the law to take its course. So let's avoid talking about it. When we say talking about it, it's not talking about, say, those two police officers were murdered. That's true. That has nothing to do with the court. But let's not touch the integrities of the case because it's on the court. It's a court issue now. Please, let's note that. Honorable member, can you...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy that you said to talk about the nitty-gritties of the case. I am talking about the relationship between the Gambia Police Force and the government and the executive spokesperson. I think this is where I was coming from. I didn't mention 12 September. I didn't mention the shooter. I didn't mention any police officer. I only mentioned the relationship between the Gambia Police Force, which I adequately quoted the Constitution that guided their operations. I don't know where is the honorable member coming from with this.
Honorable, 30 seconds to wind up.
Please be quiet.
Use the other mic. You are blocked forever.
With regards to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this National Assembly is not in position to sign any treaty that will enable our young men and boys, girls to come back to the Gambia. So I am telling the Ministry of Finance to hold on to those treaties because they have gone, they have sacrificed their life to go to the back way. Let them negotiate a deal that is going to make them resourceful when they come back, but not only to go and receive them at the airport empty-handed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Shandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I start with issues affecting my constituency. First, road construction or road network. The road linking Dar es Salaam to Mbaikunda and the road leading from Dar es Salaam to Tuba Sandu, now they to Saregubu via Dar es Salaam, Dar es Salaam to Jegejari, critical roads that needs the intervention of government. And as I always say here during our adjournment debates, these are critical roads and the people of Sandu needs the intervention of government in those areas. Health facility, Diabugu needs upgrading from a minor to a major health center where all the health needs of the people around that area from Same to Wuli can be addressed in Diabu. On agriculture, gardens, the people of Sandu, or the women of Sandu are known for garden cultivation. And there are villages that are highly in need of intervention from the Minister of Agriculture to provide them with waters and the right funds that they need to produce the right products that will enable our women groups to stand on their feet. Electricity. 18 villages already earmarked for electrification in Sandu, and thanks to the Gambia government through the Ministry of Energy. For 50 years or over, only 2 villages have been electrified. And we have seen during the past year, works have started and 5 villages have already been covered. On the front of youth and sports, we thank them for providing us a mini stadium, and we are calling them to complete the works and hand it over to the youths of Sandu. Away from that, FGM has been an issue has been a talking point of the public for the past 1 month. And the Parliament has also added their voice to the call that we need to decriminalize the law that bans FGM. Decriminalize it and allow people who want to practice FGM or female circumcision to have their rights protected. And those who don't want to, let them be allowed to do whatever they want without any infringement. I call on the Parliament and members, esteemed members who have added their voice to this call, to quickly bring in a private members bill, and the works have started in earnest to that, and I know in the next session, presentation will be done in front of this Parliament. Last but not least, I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. The Honorable Member of Kiam have stated that members of the ruling party, that supporters of the ruling party, are those promoting hate speech. That is very much disappointing. As leaders, we should be ready to call people to peace. Over 400,000 voted for this government, and calling those people with derogatory names is not helping us. Let us come together as one people to promote peace and see that the Gambia attains what we call a peaceful and serene nation. As leaders, let us promote peace and call our people to peace. It is not going to go by that you will see one or two people from each party throwing derogatory words, but that doesn't mean the whole party is or are part of those people or are supporting the derogatory influence that comes from each party. Gambia and Gambians will remain, and political parties will come and go, so let us promote peace and our people. The development that we yearn for will be delivered to our people in the soonest possible time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sandu. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues to totally condemn the barbaric action taken by an unscrupulous person by killing our innocent police officers. Honorable Speaker, this action is definitely barbaric. It should not take in this country. I'm very much disappointed, and we should all stand firm to condemn such action in the country. And I'm calling on the government not to spare anyone who is involved in this problem. We make sure we try and discourage it. Whoever is involved, we put fire on their head. That's all. Honorable Speaker, let me sincerely thank the government of the Gambia for providing enough and a good rice and affordable rice for Gambian people that all of us are enjoying today. Equally, I want to profoundly thank the government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Agriculture for providing enough fertilizer and an affordable price for Gambian farmers. By providing enough fertilizers for Gambian farmers, definitely this year farmers are expecting bumper harvest. And I urge the government to continue supporting the farmers so that what we expect, we can have that in our country. Honorable Speaker, let me come to the people of my constituency, that's Ileasa, are not privileged to have government road construction in that constituency. Definitely it's unfortunate. Certain roads in the Upper Badibu, they are very, very difficult, definitely, to move. And I am appealing to the government of the Gambia, but the people of Upper Badibu, definitely, certain roads like Farafenye Balengo Road, Ileasa Kachar Road, Maka Farafenye roads, these are very, very important roads. Definitely we need government intervention to help us to construct this road. In doing so, this will definitely help us and many things in our constituency. Honorable Speaker, I am so delighted to receive a list from the Minister of Energy this morning, but that almost 95% villages in my constituency will have electricity, 95%. So I definitely thank the government of the Gambia through the Minister of Energy for that effort. But definitely, it's a very good move, and we really welcome the idea. Honorable Speaker, this is the few remarks that I have. I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Ilyasa. I now invite the Honorable Member for Tumanna.
Pardon? He's out.
No, I am here, Honorable Speaker. I am here.
Okay, Tumanna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will just go straight to, I will quickly join my honorable members to thank the government of the Gambia for providing enough fertilizer for the people of my constituency and the Gambia at large. The fertilizers are affordable, they are accessible, and of course, they are good fertilizers. And with that regard, we all believe today, we all believe this year, the Gambia is going to experience a bumper harvest. For this being the case, I will call on the government to still tighten up their belt so that they can provide good price for the produce. Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to, still now I'll thank the government of the Gambia for upgrading the Badara Upper Basic School to senior secondary school. Tumanna is having only two senior secondary school, only one senior secondary school, and this one will add it to two senior secondary school. And we will applaud the government for that initiative. And I will still went further to request the government, because the population with regard to the senior secondary school we are having is still low. So for that being the case, I will request on behalf of my people that for the government of the Gambia to still upgrade one of the upper basic schools that are there. Clean drinking water, Honorable Speaker. In my constituency, we have a lot of communities that are without drinking water. We are appealing to the government to please go forward to help us with boreholes. This will obviously help us to solve that problem, and of course, some of the health implications that are connected to drinking water that are not good will also be solved. Honorable Speaker, my popular road, that is the road from Tinkinjo going to Dingring, Diabugu Basila. This road is my biggest problem, and the biggest problem of the people of Tumanna. We will still now call on the government to please consider this road for us, as we are having almost 25 communities that are sitting along this road. Therefore, this road needs the consideration and intervention of the government of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, Tumanna, I believe, is maybe among the few constituencies or districts that are with a police station. Honorable Speaker, I will appeal on the government through the Ministry of Interior for us to have a police station, because Tumanna is also connected to the Casamas area, which is prone to the intrusion of these criminals. So for that being the case, me and my people need a police station in Tumanna for our security. Honorable Speaker, rural electrification, we will further thank the government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Energy, because just this morning we received a document showing, listing all the communities that are supposed to benefit from the electricity. So my constituency also is benefiting, and it's about 20 communities that are to benefit. For that being the case, including my own popular Tambasansang. For that being the case, I am going to thank the government of the Gambia, but I will further request them to fast-track the project. because this has long overdue, and of course we have been hearing about the project, but I will request the government to please fast track it so that my people can benefit from it. Honorable Speaker, grassroots youth and sports activities need to support it, and the government of the Gambia need to put a lot of investment in youths to combat this illegal migration and all sorts of notes. Honorable Speaker, physical planning, the Department of Physical Planning need to do something, because even in our rural places, people are building houses on our ways. So much to talk about on the urban areas. So the Department of Physical Planning need to be very conscious of whatever building is to be erected. They have to know where it is being erected, whether it is on a way whereby it is going to obstruct our main house, because we have to plan our future, because even our rural Basse is affected by lack of proper physical planning. Basse is without a good road, and it's simply because of poor planning. Honorable Speaker, I will move on. I got the information that some governors are the one that oversees the governors of other regions. When those governors travel, that is something I don't think is constitutional. I think it's unconstitutional, because each and every governor is having a deputy governor. If you, governor, you are traveling, you have to hand over everything to your deputy governor before you will hand over to the other governor in other region. That is something that should be stopped, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have to applaud the National Assembly for their National Assembly Mobility Scheme. This scheme is very, very timely, is very, very important, and in fact, it is making everything easy for the National Assembly members. But I have to advise my fellow National Assembly members, please stop covering your number plates. Why are we doing that? We should stop that. These vehicles, we got this vehicle legally. It's not illegal. Wherever you went, you have to go with it, with your number plate being read by the police officers. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the FGM, we are Muslims, and definitely speaking, we have to criminalize those people that are advocating for this FGM. We have to make them criminal because they are criminal. Honorable Speaker, these people are criminal. We have to criminalize them. Honorable Speaker, the unlawful killing of our security officers. The unlawful killing of our security officers. This is criminalized. This is a criminal. It's barbaric. Nobody should even entertain, and we should not politicize it. But we have to warn our political parties, because we all know some of the political parties, they do hate speeches. Some people are connected to. Some people say something which is connected to this crime. Honorable Speaker, I will move to the Gambia and China cooperation. That's the trip we have to the China.
Okay. Tumanna, 30 seconds.
Honorable Speaker, this is a great initiative, and we can all attest to what I am saying, because we went to China and we learned a lot there. And for that being the case, I am applauding the government of the Gambia and the National Assembly to please venture into such cooperation with other nations, so that we can learn, and so that Gambia can improve. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Tumanna. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will not take much time here because many have been said here. But first, I would also like to join my colleagues to extend my profound condolences to the fallen soldiers and wishing the lady a speedy recovery. And again, Honorable Speaker, I will start with our health facility in Serekunda, the only health center we have in Serekunda, which does not have an ambulance currently, and accessibility to the health posts in the community is a great challenge. Again, we were promised by the minister that a state-of-the-art health center will be built in Serekunda, but it only stops at the labor ward, and the old building is left to dilapidate over the years, which causes a great challenge to the services of the health center. Another challenge that we face as a community, with that I would like to thank GIZ and the Inspector General of Police for building a state-of-the-art police station in Serekunda, but we are still battling with lack of mobility at Serekunda Police Station, given the jurisdiction that the station covers. Honorable Speaker, and another challenge as a community in Serekunda that we are facing, our streets have been occupied by vendors, which poses a great challenge to those living in the community, especially school-going children who are subjected to all kinds of abuses on their way to school by street vendors. At times, there are also fatal accidents which need to be considered by the local government minister and the mayor of the municipality to come up with policies to regulate the vendors. Honorable Speaker, we have also proposed for the government to establish a garage or a car park for those vehicles plying within our community, because they are coming from different settlements in the Combos. So we have proposed, before allocating Kamalo to private individuals, why can't the government make best use of it to allocate those facilities that are lacking in our community, especially in the KM region? It wouldn't, to relocate NAWEC and even the magistrate court to Kamalo, that will not hamper or distract their operations, and that area could have been used as a car park for all the vehicles coming into Serekunda. And another thing, Honorable Speaker, I have asked a parliamentary question regarding to a World Bank grant which was meant to augment the water stream that flows from Abuko to Kotu stream, to the Minister of Environment, who in her response says that that project has been shifted to the office of the Vice President. And I asked a similar question to the Vice President, and he said that the project is still with the Ministry of Environment. So this shows that there is a communication gap. And for the purpose of clarity, I would want the Minister for Environment to clarify or brief the Vice President. Honorable Speaker, as many of us have said here, most of our roads are dilapidated. So we need local solutions to our local problems as enshrined in the Local Government Act. Decentralization and devolution of powers can only bring us the development we are all yearning for. Section 49 of the Local Government Act. Yesterday, the Minister for Works said that councils are not doing any renovation, road maintenance works. But in the same Local Government Act that governs council, states categorically clear that there shall be a local roads authority. and which should be pioneered by the minister, and as well as devolution of powers. All ministries should engage councils and devolve certain powers to those councils so that we can solve our local problems. Okay, Honorable Speaker, and another issue that came about yesterday during the question and answer session, I would recommend, since they are coming to build Safidin to Bundung, and from Serekunda to Bundung, they are going to construct these OIC roads. Janjang Road could be an ideal place for an alternative road. Yeah. Again, we'll also like to commend National Roads Authority for swiftly answering to our calls during the rainy season when there were floods in our community. They took time and came, help us as well. So on that note, I will submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. I now call upon the Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Lamfofana. I now call upon Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, may I first of all thank the mover of the motion, who is the minority leader and member for Birkama North. And also thank your humble office, Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. Further extend thanking to the sides, to the two sides of the National Assembly, which is the majority side and the minority sides, for their harmoniously working of issues during the course of this concluding ordinary session. I would also want to extend thanks to the Office of the Clerk, including, of course, the table office, and would also further acknowledge the presence of all government officials here present, strangers in the gallery, and also the media houses here present. Honorable Speaker, I will take off from the security sector of this country, Honorable Speaker. The Never Again slogan, Honorable Speaker, should not be abused. Of recent, we have seen what has happened in terms of security. And to my understanding, Honorable Speaker, unpatriotic Gambians have started abusing the Never Again slogan. And if we don't mind, this Never Again slogan would come back. It will come back. Because the way we are moving towards it is a very wrong direction, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm calling on the IG, the Inspector General of Police, the Interior Minister, and of course, the Minister of Defense and Security, to tighten their belts, to make sure that the security that Gambia used to enjoy in the previous years and previous governments still be enjoyed by the present Gambians in the present government. I could remember, Honorable Speaker, vividly in the 2016 election, when the recent president won the election, the former President Babili Mansa made a cell call, a phone call to the President that he have acknowledged he have accepted the defeat, and that one thing he is advising him, that's the present president, is let the present president not to joke with security. Because it is only through security that we can feel and realize any development agenda that we are yearning for. Without peace and security, Honorable Speaker, it will be very difficult to attain any development. Education, Honorable Speaker. In the education sector, Honorable Speaker, or with regards to education, I would humbly thank the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, through, of course, the Region 4 Education Director and his team, for upgrading the Medina Sasita Lower Basic School to a basic cycle, which is, of course, starting in this academic year, 2023-2024. However, Honorable Speaker, I would urge the ministry, that's the Basic and Secondary Education Ministry, through the MRC Holland Foundation, to construct a good structure for these children who are transiting this year in the said school, transiting from grade 6 to grade 7. As of now, Honorable Speaker, these children who are transiting to grade 7 this year in the mentioned school are using an old building or an old structure. Fisheries and Water Resources Ministry, Honorable Speaker. In 2018, African Development Bank, Honorable Speaker, was able to assist the government of the Gambia in borehole drilling in the provinces. And in that regard, Honorable Speaker, some of us as members of parliament then were opportune to have at least 2 or 3 boreholes in your constituency, as mentioned by Wuli East and member for Jokado. I also benefited 3 boreholes from that project, Honorable Speaker. One borehole was drilled in Medina Sasita, in Digante, to serve its environs. Another one was drilled in Fololo to serve its surroundings. And also another one was drilled in Buiba, which is just recently, also to serve its surrounding. But what we are saying, Honorable Speaker, if at all the African Development Bank cannot further sponsor these boreholes to be utilized, then I think they should be able to face government through the Ministry of Water Resources, and then we see what we can do about it. Even if at all we are going for at least a part budget to be given to them, to these boreholes, and be operated. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I am urging the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources to take it up with African Development Bank to further negotiate as to whether these boreholes, their sponsorship would be continued by them or not. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I would like to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me thank you, the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, and all the staff of the National Assembly for the way and the manner they organized this particular session. We are really grateful. Honorable Speaker, let me also recognize the technicians that are representing the various ministries here present and my honorable colleagues. I thank you so much for your perseverance from the starting of this session up to date. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to extend my condolences to the families of the two policemen who lost their life in the line of duties, and also
when somebody rises to a point of order, when you are speaking, just take your seat and allow him, and let's hear the point of order.
29.2. Reference shall not be made to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active or in such a way as might, in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson, prejudice the interests of parties thereto.
I think that provision, only the Speaker can determine that. Because whatever it is in the opinion of the Chairperson or the Speaker. And I said in my ruling, in the ruling here, we explained, to talk about the killing is not the issue. It's to talk about something that would influence. Let me read it. Let me read it with you. 29.2 reads, reference shall not be made to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active in such a way as might, in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson, prejudice the interests of parties thereto. So that's very clear. So that was why even when the member, was it the member for Jara Central, was it Jima Tumanna, when he was talking, I heard him talk about it. I was listening very attentively to see whether he would say something that will go to prejudice any of the parties involved. So, Honorable Member, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that wonderful and brilliant ruling. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to extend my condolences to the family of the two policemen that were gone down during the line of their duties, and also to pray for the wounded woman for the speedy recovery on her health. Honorable Speaker, there's a saying that when a wolf passes or a hyena passes and you happen to lose your goat, you call it that the hyena has caught my goat, something like that. So you put it on the hyena. So I think it's important that we take very careful of our utterances, because the country belongs to all of us. Even despite you are angry or whatever mood you may be, let us try to be very careful of our utterances, because one day or the other, one day or the other, probably, this country belongs to all of us. Let me say that way. So we should be very careful. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, after saying that, I want to go straight to Opanyomi. We are very grateful to the government of the day for providing us 89 kilometers road that has crisscrossed the entire length and breadth of Opanyomi, Lower Nyoma, and Jokadu. We are really grateful, but the construction is at a slow pace, and my people don't like it that way. We know what are responsible, but we still want the ministry responsible to ask the contractor to accelerate the construction. This is for my people, and they have been complaining every day. We are also grateful to the government of the day for providing us an electricity. We are still, appealing to them that this electricity has to cover the entire breadth and length of Opanyomi. Very few villages have electricity And a lot of the villages, especially big villages in Upper Nyon, did not have electricity still. We are also grateful to the government of the day, through the Minister of Health, for all what they have provided for us from the community ambulances and ambulances located to the health facilities. But still, the ambulance at Alberta and Chicholna are very old, and they are not that much roadworthy. So we are appealing to the ministry to change them, because that's what the people of Upper Nyon want. And we are also appealing to them to upgrade Alberta Health Facility to a major health facility where they can provide us with a doctor. Because the 3 health facilities in Upper Nyon, they are very strategic, and we like it that way. Nemakunku, Alberta, and Chicholna. So wherever you are within Upper Nyon, you can have an easy access to health facility, you know, in whatever condition you may be, and you will not face that much difficulties, especially with the construction of the roads. The road has passed through all these facilities, so we are really grateful. And that was the reason why my people are appealing to the government of the day, to the Minister of Health, to upgrade Alberta Health Facility to a major health facility and provide us with a doctor to be conducting this minor operation, instead of, you know, referring people to Eseu and Banjul, or even Farafenya, which is very far from us. Yeah. And the other thing is, Honorable Speaker, people have to accept Allah's will. You see, what Allah has predestined, if you don't accept it, you'll be restless. You will never be comfortable. You will never be at peace. But whatever Allah has predestined, when you accept it, you are at ease. You know, when the going was nice, everything was okay. This government was the best government. The president was the best president in the world. You know, nobody talk about him anything negative, neither about the government. Meaning that if you are in the system, it's okay, it's fine. You are out of the system, it's bad and corrupt. I don't understand how sometimes people think. And this is what is actually happening. Even the people that are within the system, they are bad people, they are bad citizens. So you are out of the system, you are a good system, you are fine. This is what they are doing. This is what, when we are together, we are all fine, we are all good. So we are all together, we are all good people. Honorable Speaker, this is the fact. So that's why I said,
who is rising to a point of order?
But they're not using their mics, Honorable Speaker, so you don't have to listen to them.
Yes.
They're not using their mics.
Yes.
They're not using their mics, Honorable Speaker. Meaning that they're not even sort of the order they are coming to bring against me.
No, no. If he stands up to a point of order, we should listen to him. Yes, Latrikunda Sabiji.
Kiawes, not me actually. Kiawes.
I don't know.
Let me come with a point of order.
Is it because you are called Koringo? Because I am surprised that you rise to a point of order only to get up and
no,
sit down.
it's curious who said point of order, but you didn't hear it. I was trying to make it louder. But the point of order is improper motive.
There is no need for you to, if Kiang West wants to make it,
okay,
he can make it for me to hear. Why do you have to amplify it? Now, Honorable Member, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that's what the reason why, Honorable Speaker, I said, if you accept Allah's will, you are at ease. And that's why people like us, we are at ease. So those who don't accept Allah's will, they are restless. And they will say whatever they want. So they will be condemning everything from the government. And this is the government you sow its seed to grow. And it will flower and it will bear fruit. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I am almost coming to the end, but I have to explain some few things.
There were members who were called and they were out. There were members who is talking?
In Nyamina West. My tag is not called, but I've been here.
Nyamina West, did I say you? I said some members were called, but we were notified that they went out. I have only one or two to speak. Are we going to call them back?
Honorable Speaker, nature calls.
You know, before, I don't call you back. On certain issues, I just continue. You know you wrote your name. You must sit down to listen. But you go out, and then you come back, you missed it. So, but this is the last debate. That's why I posed the question. That's why I asked.
Speaker, I think nature calls, so some of us have to visit the loom.
You see, if we want to go by excuses, nobody will give an unrealistic answer or excuse. Everybody will give something, even if that is not what the purpose. Because I'm made to understand. Members live here and go to the VIP. Yes, I am aware of all those things. So, honorable members, there are about 6 or 7. We give them an opportunity. Okay. I think you said we give them opportunity. Yes, is what I'm hearing. Who are those saying no? Okay. Okay, honorable members, before I call them, I have somebody who was saying, Nyamina what? Nyamina West, your name is not here. No, they have written names here 3 times. The first go and then more people call their attention. I have not seen Nyamina West here. Nyamina, Gimara was called. Bikama South, yes, Bikama South, you were called, you were out. Yes, that's what we were deciding. So, honorable members, the last one on the, before those who were out when they were called, the last one I think is now the honorable member for all Yundum. All Yundum is out. No, that's my first call of him. So now we go back to the people who were out. We are starting with the one in the morning, honorable member for Kombo Bikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, Honorable Speaker, I'm a little bit worried about the relationship of Brikama and the government. But this is going to be a gentle reminder pertaining to some of the promises that were given to the people of Brikama without fulfilling them. Honorable Speaker, 2017 during the Meet the People tour, the President and the team was hosted in the southern part of Brikama, where we had a dialogue with regards to what obtained on the ground. And interestingly, Honorable Speaker, we requested for some of the major things that Brikama as a town is confronted with. Notably, among them was the restoration of the street lighting for the trapezium. The President made a promise with emphasis, not only the restoration,
But he went further to provide CCTV camera and Wi-Fi. And from 2017 to date is more than 7 years. We haven't even seen the electricity. Even in a subsequent adjournment debate, I went further to forgo about the Wi-Fi and the CCTV camera and bring the street light still at large. And another issue that we talked about, that is the hospital, a major hospital, by virtue of the population and the scope of Brikama. But he also promised with an out-of-state hospital. And to my surprise, there are communities that were not even mentioned. And we have seen them, relocating this hospital project to those communities and leaving Brikama at large. So this is a major problem. And the one that is very disheartening, that is when he made a pronouncement as a policy statement in 2 of his major Midi people tour about the construction of Brikama-Kabafita to Mandinari Highway. And this was even factored in 2022 budget. And this was never implemented. Early in 2018, I went with the former Minister of Works and a team to Brikama Jida Babanjai. This went through Tubakuta. And that's a very interesting bypass that is linked to the Jiboro Highway. In fact, this place was measured, design was out, and up till today, none is done. So you look at Nyambai Jaleba Highway, another problem. So to an extent that myself, I am very much worried about our relationship. All the promises are done, and presidential statements are policy statements. They are very important. And up till today, these are not implemented. Going forward in the interior of Brikama South, as you may know, Brikama South is Suba Ward and Marakisa Ward. And the most vulnerable part of Brikama South is the Marakisa Ward. One, I will start with a community called Bajiran. Bajiran is between Dimbaya and Jibor. And in fact, I went there having a meeting with the Alkali and the Council of Elders. I was very much surprised. They were even questioning whether we are even considering Bajiran as part of Gambia. Because they feel that they are not part of Gambia because of the way they have been neglected. And up till today, those people are drinking from open wells. You'll be very much surprised. Myself, I made a lot of attempts to take boreholes there. But still, we have a problem. And if you come up to Dimbaya, you have everything. There are a lot of boreholes that currently, in fact, they are digging another borehole in Dimbaya. But this community is completely marginalized. And you look at Dar es Salaam in particular, I want to thank the 2 ministers of the security denomination, that is the Interior and Defense, respectively, with the Security Council, when we were last attacked by the Senegalese contingent, invading our country in the name, with the pretext of coming to visit their own alkali in our country. But this has caused an alarm. We went there, and thank God we were able to resolve. Now their checkpoint has been relocated. But I want to completely put further to the government to make sure that you work on seriously, to make sure that the man by the name Sesu, who is inciting violence in our country, to be deported, and let them work on the border demarcations. But the current pegs that are claiming to be colonial pegs, we are not interested in them. Honorable Speaker, I want us to look at agricultural subsector. Whether the minister and the ministry with the entire government are ready to bring all those projects back into the agricultural main ministry for us to monitor them. Rather than contracting loans, looking for grants that will be implemented outside, whereby if you look at the operational cost and the target beneficiary, there are huge disparity, like 60 to 40 or 65 to 30. So we want this thing to come to the ministry, where they will look at it so that the extension workers can give their expertise. Because these projects, most of them, after the phasing out of the project, you don't even see their impact on the life of Gambians. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about, the issue of the local government ministry, so that they can bring the 2002 Local Government Act. We want to have a land policy. And also, you look at the level in which, in this country, the estate developers are encroaching upon our agricultural land. Look at Combo, it's densely populated. But do we, in fact, have future land to drill borehole in order to supply water in the greater Banjul areas. Because all the land has been encouraged, seriously. And we definitely need land banking for future borehole drilling. And because of the scarcity of boreholes in the country, from Nawek end, people are compelled to dig boreholes. And if you have these boreholes, they are not chlorinated, we are consuming it like that. That also exposes us to a lot of hazardous diseases that you might not understand. So interestingly, we will definitely want the ministry now to bring in this particular 2002 local government act to look at it so that we can have land policy and have all these issues. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about the diamond and the gold we have as Gambian. That is the peaceful nature of this country. That cannot be compromised. Many speakers have talked, but we have to look at this thing critically. When issues emerge, we have to do away with everything, especially when you come to this parliament. We should see we should see eye to eye as partners in development. Coincidentally, we became parliamentarian, and we have to respect that. We are not mortal rivals. Let us not be attacking one another. Let's talk about issues that will address the supreme interest of this country. It's very unfortunate when issues happen, people try to side with politics. Whether we like it or not, our time will elapse and we are going back to our people. It's very important. It's the Gambia we have. And we are known for the peaceful nature of this country. Sometimes if you see the way we are sounding, it's very, very unprofessional. We are not rivals. And in fact, some of them are not very much serious, because if you do that type of statement, if you go out, you see them laughing, clapping. What are you sending to the people that are looking at us? That we are rivals. We have to take the bull by the horn. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, demographic dividend is one thing, and harnessing demographic dividend is another thing. In that regards, one of the most important tools in terms of harnessing demographic dividend is health. And Honorable Speaker, I will want to bring to your attention that in the city of Banjul, we are in need of an emergency unit. And I can remember fully well that this is not the first time me talking about this in Parliament. And still it is not being resolved due to the current rehabilitation project that is happening at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. It is a burden to the people of Banjul, because with all our emergency cases, we have to go all the way to Demban, which I believe it is very unfair. And I wish the technicians or the minister himself, the Minister of Health, should have been here to listen to me, to come up with an immediate solution to this problem, because we are very concerned as the people of Banjul. One of the most critical issues has to do with the ambulance service. We understand that most of the referrals will come to the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, which is the main referral hospital in this country. But if you go to Ndemban also, for any referral to use the ambulance is another problem, because to my understanding, there is only one ambulance that is available. And looking at the capacity of admission at that very public health clinic, it cannot be overemphasized. The number of admissions that they have per day, you cannot just imagine. Sometimes people are admitted at the corridors when you go to Ndemban. And something should be done, because I've been hearing issues like there are a lot of health facilities that are under construction. Fine. But what are we doing to enhance the current ones that we have? We are very concerned as people of Banjul, to be honest, and we need this service to be done as soon as possible so that we cannot be going all the way to Ndemban for our emergency services. Honorable Speaker, going further, Yesterday, I stood here and said, in the Gambia, we use spoon to move mountains. And it was something that some of the members raised concern about by engaging me personally. But that is the hard fact. And through your advice, in terms of the issues surrounding mental health in this country, it's a concern. Because the amount of young people that are currently using illicit drugs is uncountable. And this is really killing our nation, to be honest, because we are losing the young people. They are getting mentally ill. And the unfortunate part of it is that we don't have any specialized mental health facility, which is very unfortunate as a nation. Talking about tanka, anybody can go there, even myself. If I start talking rubbish, they say, take him to tanka. But any specialized health care or mental health care facility, we cannot even have one. And we are talking about multiple health facilities that we are about to construct or we are constructing in all the regions in this country. I think as a nation, we have to be very serious when it comes to issues pertaining harnessing demographic dividend. Honorable Speaker, going for the local government, like the FPAC have recommended, I believe that recommendation of the local councils to review in collaboration with the local government ministry, to review the local government act and also the audit and manual, the audit and finance manual, I think is very important. And the timeline given is very important because things are going as if we really don't know what we're doing. Because we're talking about the people that are directly representing the grassroots. And we are talking about an act that we believe is not really making things work for them. So it's high time for them to do what is needful and make sure that we do what is also needful as Parliament. Honorable Speaker, still on local government, as a city dweller from the city of Banjul, I believe it is high time for the local authorities to work with central government and all relevant stakeholders to come up as part of their medium and long-term plan to set up or to construct a central garage for Banjul. Banjul is the only city you go in this world where you don't have a central garage. And there is a lot of traffic congestion within the city, which is costing a lot as far as the city dwellers are concerned. And this, the people of Banjul are very concerned about it, and we want immediate solutions towards that. Honorable Speaker, I know the time is not in my favor, but it's important to also talk about the Banjul Rehabilitation Project. I heard the Minister of Transport talking about the issue of the waste management component of the project. Why do they have to take all this time to buy all the materials, the compactors, to see how best they can support the city council to manage the waste instead of allowing what is currently happening? And what he said here yesterday was one of our challenges is the illegal dumping of waste in the drains. It will happen. It will. Because he said it here that there is a component that has to do with, that will address the waste management system of the city. Why are they not doing that? And you are giving us time now, a project that's supposed to be done year before last, and you are telling me now 2024 you will come up with the materials to address the issue. You are still not solving the problem. And a problem that is not solved is still a problem. Honorable Speaker, I cannot just do justice by concluding if I don't put this to the Parliament. And like the saying goes, and remember, it's from me, huh? If you lose your money, you lose nothing. You lose your health, you lose something. But if you lose your character, you lose everything. And I believe it is important as Parliament to maintain our dignity. It is high time to understand that we are the solution house. It's not only by mouth. It should be something that we must do and prove to the Gambian people. Because Our main reason to come here is to address the needs and the concerns of the Gambian people. But like I said, if we
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang Central. He's not in. For the second time. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina East. Who? Nyamina East? He said what?
Yes, because Nyamina.
But what I have is Nyamina East. It's not Nyamina East. It should be Nyamina West. But Nyamina East is not around. So I think Nyamina West, have you taken the floor? No, but when you said that we have written your name. Pardon? Yes, but we will call you. You want us to call you now? Okay, you can take the floor as Nyamina, but not as Nyamina East, but as Nyamina West. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Though better late than never. Speaker, I will equally join my colleagues to thank this noble House, yourselves, the Speaker, the Clerk, and all the staff for making it a successful sittings, the majority, the minority, and all other government officials here, my colleagues. I want to start it from where my colleagues ended on the trip to China. We owe a lot to China and the government of the Gambia to say a big thank you on that trip because we learned a lot in China. And this is expected on us to replicate on the issues, good practices that we learned there. For our trip was not just a tourism or a mere entertainment. For that being the case, as Banjul North stated, a lot is expected from this house. This is the house for the solution of the Gambian problem, and we ought to demonstrate that we can solder and we can be responsible and we can give a way out for all the problems in this country. Before I go further, I also thank my people in Nyamina West who elected me, without which I would not have been here, like Honorable Kora will always emphasize. First of all, in Nyamina is the health sector, which I always cry here. We are lagging behind when it comes to the health sector. I have always told the Honorable Minister that we are not even having a health center. I heard from Opa Badibu, Opa Nyomi, who is stating here that they are fine when it comes to health center. They have 3 health centers across the length and breadth of Opa Nyomi. But this is what we lack, and this is what I am yearning for. This is what I'm talking for our people to have every day and night. The Honorable Minister did promise to upgrade the health post in Nanaba, but yet still, those are the things that we are hearing. I put a question here last Wednesday. Still now he promised by next September, and we will wait patiently. September is just at the door, and we will see again whether he will fulfill the promise. Though we thank him for the ambulances that are doing well there in Nanaba and Jaula, that's a big thank for the government. When it comes to agriculture, I will also join my colleagues who pay condolence to him. He is bereaved. He lost his brother this morning. When it comes to agriculture, I can also say a big thank to the Ministry of Agriculture for giving us 2 access roads to the Faros, or 3. One Malikunda to the Faros, the other one 2 from Sambang to the Faros through the NEMA project. But the 2 in Sambang are not yet completed. So I challenge the ministry to help us complete those roads, because Nyamena is well known for the production of rice. And also I will thank my brothers in Nyamena and the farmers, because this year we are expecting bumper harvest, and this would not have been achieved if the agriculture did not stand on the provision of fertilizer. But I will challenge the minister to help us with tractors. I don't know what is the problem with tractors. I am faced with a lot of challenge with my people down there, because today agriculture cannot go without this mechanical the machines. Our people are now tired on the manpower and the animal power. Though they want to produce more, but there are hindrances. So we need a tractor, or we need tractors. I thank the former regime, because we all are aware tractors were in abundance. Every ward was with a tractor, and it was managed by the councillor, the ward councillor. So we should emulate such. And I challenge the ministry to help us with tractors, because nowadays agriculture is booming, and there are high prices on this thing, on cereals and grains. Coming back to security, I challenge the IGP and the Minister of Interior responsible to take caution and be very vigilant. Let them use measures such as the CCTV, though it's expensive, but life is more precious. Now, coming back to the hate speeches, yes, I don't blame or I don't associate it to a party or a group, but all of us knows where particular hate speeches come from. Now, if there are dates lying down and we hear audios from particular groups saying that they expected more, they expected a bomb, they expected a missile to be launched on our security personnel, those were not welcoming comments. And obviously, yes, I cannot associate it to any group, but we all know where it is coming. And like they said, be careful of what you utter. Someone said it here. Even in Islamic, if you don't know what you are uttering, please, they are saying just you keep quiet. Now, for instance, even in this building, if you call me and caution me that before we close, I might see something from you, and at the end of the day, before...
Point of order, Speaker.
I happen to faint, you will be associated to that. So...
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Speaker, I want to rise on Standing Order Section 29. Subsection 2.
Yes.
Reference shall not be made to any matter in response which legal proceedings are active in such a way as might, in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson, prejudice the interest of parties. And I think he is really going that far with regards to the case, which is at the court. Thank you.
Honorable Member, it's not in your opinion, but in the opinion of the Speaker or Chairperson. Yeah, that's the objective. That's why I am as human as you are. No. I have listened to all of you. Can you take the floor?
Thank you, Speaker, for ruling that. Okay, this will bring me back to education in Nyamena West. Before I finish, I wouldn't do justice. I will thank the Ministry of Education for giving me a new school in Aniskunda, and also for upgrading the Sambang Upper Basic to a senior school. The same time upgrading the Dalaba Lower Basic to a basic cycle. So I will say a big thank to the ministry we still calling for the ministry for the fencing of all the schools, and especially the Mount Carmel Primary School, which is a very old school and now dilapidated. There are also some buildings in Sambang Upper Basic that are not in good condition. So I will urge the ministry and their partner, that is MRC Holland Foundation, to come to our aid in fencing the schools, because this is very important for security matters.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Keba Lam Fofana. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable member for Janjambure.
No problem. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To start with, I just want to say this. It seems politics or party politics is indeed consuming this country. Looking at the previous submissions, it seems to be a game of parties trying to put words against one another. And I think as a National Assembly, we need to desist from such, more especially with issues that are before the court. Honorable Speaker, that will take me to my submissions, more especially with issues that my constituency are challenged with. I will start with education. The Ministry of Basic Education through Holland Foundation, MRC Holland Foundation, I think they deserve a commendation for the fact that the Methodist Primary and Janjambure Upper Basic School are under renovations, and I want to seize this opportunity to thank the Minister and her team. But then also, I think with regards to education, we still challenge more especially with madrasa education. Few years ago, the community of Janjambure has come together to build an Arabic school to help the members of the community to actually have Arabic education. But then, through the policies at the Ministry of Basic Education, this school is not being subvented, and I definitely want to appeal to the said ministry to really reconsider that policy and ensure these children meet to their rights as enshrined in our Constitution. Coming to agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture as well, out of the 7-hectare land that is at Farabale, I think it was only 3 hectares that were demarcated or that were ready for farmers to use. And I think the rest of the 6 hectares would need attention and also rehabilitation to enhance farmers to actually engage on their usual farming. Also with the Ministry of Agriculture, I think it is high time that we look at an agricultural bank. Looking at the challenges that our farmers are facing today, I think sometimes it's with regards to having access to finance in order to boost the sector. So having an agricultural bank, I believe, would boost the agricultural sector. Not just an agricultural bank, but then I think a crop insurance scheme should be established by the Ministry of Agriculture, wherein the plight and interest of farmers would be protected as the way they want it. I also heard most of the members thanking the government for providing farmers with fertilizer. But again, I don't think we really take our time to ask ourselves whether the fertilizer that have been supplied to our farmers is really healthy on the crops that they are applied on. So therefore, I want to challenge the Ministry of Agriculture to look at organic manure applications to our crops, wherein we can promote healthy food in our communities and the country at large. Also, one challenge my people have around agriculture is the farmers are really engaged on cultivation. But when it comes to production, more especially with tracing their rice, it becomes very difficult. They are using barrels to actually trace their rice, and which is really causing decline to the productivity of the sector. Health. The Ministry of Health, I think I have been on my feet since last year to appeal to the Ministry of Health to help Janjanbureh Janjanbureh Health Center to recover back the ambulance that was allocated to Kauru to give out certain services. But then I want the Ministry of Health to understand that Janjanbureh is an island community, and apart from being an island community, it actually houses a boarding school and a prison. Therefore, we have people who are vulnerable within that island community, and I would think having an ambulance would actually help to address their health challenges. Also, I think with the Ministry of Health, it will be important for we to have a lab within our health facility than actually relying on Bansa, more especially in this situation where we have no ambulance. The security, that is to the Ministry of Interior. I think just from his responses a few days ago, he said Janjanbureh prison was built in 1938. Looking at that duration, I don't think that prison is really fit to house detainees or to accommodate prisoners. Therefore, I want to challenge the Ministry of Interior to come up with a budget item that would help to address building a new prison for the prisoners at Janjanbureh. Ministry of Works and Transport. The ferry service at Janjanbureh is really in a bad condition. And not just the ferry service. Equally, erosion has taken over the terminal. And I have been on constant engagement with officials at Gambia Ports Authority, but then nothing has been done since then. So therefore, I want to challenge this particular ministry to adjust in protecting the riverbank and also ensuring there is safe travel for commuters that connects the northern and the southern part of the region. Honorable Speaker, I think also with Ministry of Fisheries, I think a fishing agreement was signed in between the government of the Gambia and Senegal just 3 or 4 days ago. And I want to believe that it will be important for members of this House to understand the nitty-gritty of that particular agreement, and also not to sell out our aqua species to Senegal, leaving the Gambia in a worrying.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjanbureh. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Old Yundum. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, let me acknowledge the presence of some honorable ministers who were just coming from cabinet and decided to come to join us as late as it is. We have the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Interior, Youth and Sports, Higher Education, and the Works. We thank you for sparing time to come to us. I now have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister for Fisheries to take the podium to respond to issues regarding his portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will commence my...
Honorable Minister, the allocation is 5 minutes at most.
Maybe I'll do it in 3 minutes. First of all, I will start with the Jan Jambore, Member of Parliament for National Assembly for Jan Jambore. He talked about the Senegambia fishing agreement. Yes, we have signed one last Saturday. I can assure you that both him and I understand the member for Woodley East requesting that he comes to the House here as an experienced former parliamentarian. I think I'm fully aware. We have to go to Cabinet first for endorsement before it comes to the National Assembly. For sure it will come here. And I can assure you that we did the best and the best negotiations in the best interest of the Gambia. We did not just go there and give away. We also had our demands, and basically most of our demands were met. And I think when we come here, we'll be able to convince you that we've done a good job. Even before then, Mr. Speaker, the old one was sent to the National Assembly Select Committee on Fisheries for them to give us their input when the Presidential Council was, before the Presidential Council, but I don't think we have received any action from them. We even wanted a member of that committee to be with us in the negotiations, but we received a communication from the House that just to avoid conflict of interest, they would want to wait for it to be discussed here. That's how it stands. So on that, I'm also received briefings from the official who waited for me here since morning that we had some concerns raised from members Lo Badibu, Central Badibu Nyanija, is it Nyamina? Jara Central, Lower Nyomi, and they were appealing that the boreholes that were drilled some 2 years ago, and they're asking the government to install them. I think I have said it here several times during question and answers here, and also even the last adjournment debate, that we secured $9 million to be able to install 50% of those boreholes. And as we all know, procurement with the ADB is a process. We have gone through that process. We have awarded the contracts. The contractors are on the ground. The sites have been handed over to them, and they are currently on their soil test to be able to determine what sort of tanks they should fix at where. And also some of them have started importing the materials for the installation. I'm happy to report that 2-3 days ago, one of the companies submitted a bill of lading of materials they have imported for the installation of these boreholes. So very soon, you will see the activities on the ground. And I'm also to report that the JICA one, which comprises of 20 boreholes of 20 clusters. Clusters means several villages connected to one system. That one, 17 of the 20 boreholes have been installed, tested, and it's just for the valves to be installed. And by end of October, I can assure you that all the 20 will be up and running. Even the 3 that are outstanding, that's the fault of the community, because they were given contracts to install watchman houses for to watch over the installed items there, like the solar panel, and because to avoid theft. And those 3 communities did not fulfill their promise. But I'm told by the technician who went around just last week that they have also started the construction of those 3 facilities. Hopefully, like I said, end of October, we'll forget about the JICA ones. And those of you who areas been covered by JICA, I think you can bear witness that those activities are already on the ground. Now, concerning other areas where they have not been affected by these current 2 programs, We can assure you that we have done some surveys, and 65 communities have already been identified, and currently we are discussing with some donors and some NGOs from UK. That is not the multilateral agencies, but this is an NGO who will be faster than the multilateral donor community. So we are given 10 million from this now.
Minister, you want extra 1 minute?
It's not on? Oh, okay. The 10 million that provided by the National Assembly, we have just opened the bids on Monday, and I think yesterday the contract committee started evaluating them, and I think we are looking at 2 contractors so that we can fast track the drilling and installation of those boreholes. So we are appealing to you next budget, give us more money and we'll give you more water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Fisheries. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Interior. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honorable, this August Assembly for inviting us to talk about some points that we are discussed. The member for Janjanbureh discussed about the present condition of the Janjanbureh prisons. I accept. It's a very old building in which I myself was kept. I would prefer that it is built to a better standard. We'll look for the support from the member and other members to seek for funding so that we can build it. It would be a good idea to build a new building there. Quite apart from Janjanbureh prison, we discussed about the Mile 2 that we would like to really move away from because its condition is not habitable. We would like to move to Old Joshua, and I have a friend who doesn't want to hear that, but that is what we are planning to do. And hopefully before January, some progress will be registered there. I have heard about Kalaji. It's been built. There's no transport. Make sure we supply those areas with transport. I also was informed about the need for fire service around Sibanor. I understand there is land that was reserved for the fire service. And we have got some friends who are promising to deliver more fire tenders. So we'll try to, they are the ones who brought the fire tenders, one of which was taken to Bajakunda and taken away again. But I promise that we will make sure that they get their fire tender. They promised very seriously, and they have been doing that for a long time. And there's another one promising us, because our understanding is that that particular country is using, now they are moving away from vehicles that use fuel. They are going for electric ones. So they would like to give that to us. Once this is done, we should be able to have better vehicles for our services. A lot of, I remember we discussed about Sami, Karantaba. The station was down, according to some reports that I've read. And the member wanted to know, during some discussions, whether or not we have plans to build there. Yes, we are planning to build a station at Sami. In fact, it was told because the land that was first identified, we were told there was a dispute about ownership. That's why it stopped. And there was a question from Nyanija also, the honorable member from Nyanija, whether we plan to build Njao, but I was told Njao is not part of the project for now, but we'll consider it seriously. About vehicles generally, I have discussed this, and I've said there are plans to buy vehicles, and once they come, instead of allocating them to specific stations, this will be pooled. But Sibanor and Jarasoma specifically, there was a budgetary allocation, which means we have to pursue them, and we'll need your support also to follow the Ministry of Finance so that they can release this, so that we'll be able to buy the vehicle for Sibanor and Jarasoma, because those are really areas of concern because of the problem around the border area. Serakunda Police Station, I've seen it mentioned. This is a new police station, it's a model station. We'd like to build stations similar to that. I'm unfortunately unable to give information about that, but there's a new station that is built by the Paradise.
Honorable Minister, yes, we give you extra 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to assure the National Assembly that as far as police investigations are concerned, is on course. And we want to assure every one of you that we are diligently following the investigations, and we try to avoid discussing the investigation proper, because that is not necessary. We will give information as is necessary. And sometimes such information is based on need-to-know basis. We don't just go on talking about everything. I did a press briefing, and I think we were on really trying to convince the public to keep away from incidents where there's a likelihood of a recurrence. There was a shooting, people were on the ground. They were messing around, messing with the scene, that's one. Also, if the shooter wants to come back again, he will find a lot of people to kill. That's the problem. So if we can avoid that, that will be appreciated. So on that note, we appreciate your concern, so thank you so much.
Honorable, yes, can I remind him of what I raised in his absence?
No, I'm sure he will not. If you want to remind him, others will remind him.
Because
so
he has not addressed that.
I'm sure the 5 minutes
I raised
is not
the issue
enough.
of police council.
Honorable member, please. Woolley East. Honorable Minister, you are released. Honorable members, they have allotted times. I'm sure they will not be able to answer all the, and most of they were not around. Some of them were not even properly briefed yet. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Higher Education to take the podium.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Three issues. One about Demban, two about subventions to satellite institutions, and three about grade alterations. Good news coming from Demban is, as we promised last time, that come September, Demban will be ready. So,
yes, please.
The Prime Minister of Interior is leaving. I don't think we are done. They should wait until we wrap, we wind up the debate.
I want to say that when the Honorable Minister gave his response, you told him that you were released, so that is why he left.
Yes, and I sincerely believe that They were here to listen to you and to respond to your issues. If they have responded, we are finished with them. Pardon? They have not responded to they cannot come back. They have not responded to some of your concerns, and some other members' concerns we are not responded to. Unless you want me to give them each an hour to come back, then that can be done. No, it was only when your doubts were not cleared that you thought about the time. At the time I said it, you could have just told me, Speaker, why don't we add to make it 5 or 10 or whatever? But when he did it until he finished, you have not had your own. Now you talked about time. Honorable member, honorable minority. I think, to be honest, I released him because I think they were here to listen to you and to respond as much as possible to some of the concerns raised. If they've done the response...
Well, I think the norm is, if you ask them you are released, that is not for them to go for good. That is for them to assume that seat. They do continue to listen until we wind up. That is the practice.
You know, it's how probably they have received my information. But, honorable members, do we need them after they have responded to the queries and they will no longer respond again? So, honorable, I think when they respond and they want to listen, let them stay to listen. If they want to go, we allow them to go. Even some of our own members who have listened are gone. Honorable Minister for Higher Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 3 issues, as I said: Ndemban, subvention, great alterations. Number 1, we came here and assured this August Assembly that come September, Ndemban Tibet Center in the Fonyi will be operational. And I'm happy to report that so far they have some days ago orientation, and over 100 Gambian youths were admitted, and all of them are given full scholarship paid by the Gambian government. And they will be doing auto mechanic, carpentry, construction, welding and fabrication, and plumbing, and so on and so forth. These skills that we really need. So throughout their stay, it will be under subvention, they will receive a scholarship, full scholarship. And there is dormitories there. That one, they will have to take care of that also. So the capacity for 80 students, the others will use maybe the village and stay there for a while. The second one, subvention, we wrote to Ministry of Finance for the next budget, at least come January, for them to abolish the subvention to our satellite institutions. Because right now they give them subvention, they send it to MOHAS, and then MOHAS distribute what we receive. So we are saying now, let the subvention be abolished, and then let government take care of basic salaries of all the satellite institutions. That is better, number 1. Number 2, we don't want the money to be sent to MOHAS. It's not meant for MOHAS, should not come to MOHAS. Let it go directly to the institutions that are to benefit from it. And since it's basic, so that they can plan properly, but if you have 1.3 today, tomorrow is 700 or 2 million, you cannot plan with that. But with basic salary, at least you can plan with that, and they can work on that. Then the issue of great alteration, I've heard some call it sex, whatever. From our end, the reports that came out did not talk about sex. So there's no evidence of that. However, it is confirmed that some 4 staff 2 lecturers and 2 admin staff, 1 faculty officer, 1 IT director, and so we found wanting. And the governing council reviewed all the entire report and decided to dismiss with immediate effect those 4 people. One of them, in addition to the dismissal, he is also banned from teaching the university for 15 years. And then 60 students were found wanting, 60 students, 27 females and 33 males. So they have their grades changed. So 1 student collected his certificate but has returned it to management. His certificate will be officially recalled and revoked. 10 students have already collected their attestations but not yet awarded their degree certificates. Their transcripts, attestations will be recalled and revoked. 47 students will have their grades reversed to their original state. 2 students were not found guilty because the alteration of their grades was authorized. The Honorable Speaker, this is as a result of the fact that the University of Gambia has an ERP system. It's online. So any activity you do, you are leaving your traces. So there's a system behind to be able to now make a follow-up. It will indicate who entered into the system, the date that you entered, the changes that you made. From your end, you will not see it, but the backup team will see it. That's what happened. In fact, based on this, next week, all our tertiary and higher education institutions will be written to, for them too, by 1st of January, to have an ERP system and graduate from a manual system and have an online, to really ensure that we have credibility in our institution, because our higher education institutions must be protected. We will not allow anybody to bring it down. Anybody found wanting will deal with you. So that's the message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Higher Education. Honorable members, we've heard from all honorable members, and we have some ministers who were able to respond because they were brief enough. I will now call on the mover of the motion to respond to issues and the wind of the debate. Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me seize the opportunity once more to thank the members of the August Assembly, especially those who took part in the adjournment debate. I know more than this number had been enlisted. So far, 38 in all participated in the debate, and a good number have decided to stay up to this time, as earlier on appealed to by the Speaker. And let me also recognize the presence of the ministers. Yes, indeed, it was communicated to us that they had in the morning cabinet engagement, and the minister responsible for parliamentary matters formally approached the National Assembly under development, and which we welcome. And there we put to him now, we want that office to be working hand in glove with the National Assembly. We are made to understand there is a minister responsible for National Assembly matters, and matters that have to do with the executive. Surely that particular minister should always be aware, so that tomorrow we avert situations that occur during the session where up to 6 agreements or conventions were withdrawn because they were not signed to by the state. If the minister responsible had been engaged with the vast experience in parliamentary affairs, would have advised accordingly. And I must also thank the 5 ministers who came to witness the debate after the completion of the cabinet meeting, and the ministries also that sent in their technicians. The agreement was all the ministries should send in their technicians. However, Honorable Minister responsible for parliamentary matters, some ministries actually did not send their technicians. I think we should take note of that. Having said so, honorable members, I cannot take point by point on all the issues that were highlighted by the honorable members. Matter that concerns the ministries, those who are here responded, and if they could not, I think we can find a way out. Either we write questions, oral questions, and ask so that they can be adequately responded to. There are issues that were expressed that may not direct concern the honorable ministers. These are general matters. In the first place, all the members expressed condolences to the bereaved families for the lost ones, and also wish the injured a speedy recovery. Equally, they all condemn the brutal killing of the 2 innocent soldiers. And we continue to pray for the injured for speedy recovery. We hope the event will not reoccur in the Gambia, which we all agree was indeed un-Gambian. Members, in connection to that expressed concern on security and their protection, and call on the authority to ensure in as much as we call for the protection of lives and property, equally those who are taxed to enforce that, they too deserve to be protected, and that cannot go when they are not provided the materials and facilities that are needed for them to do their service. Honorable members, some members expressed concern on the welfare of our teachers. I hope if the Honorable Minister, especially for basic and secondary education, is here, will have taken note of that. At one point when we were on the debate on the bill for the remuneration of the judges and judicial officers, this was a concern that was highlighted. Yes, if we are to increase, as some put it, the salaries of the judges, why not the teachers? My point is, the judiciary is a section in the governance, or is a body in the governance. Likewise, the teaching profession. I told a teacher, if we want the welfare of the teachers to be improved, we need what the judiciary have, that is the Judiciary Service Commission. And let the teachers also advocate for that Teachers Service Commission, so that we can have a commission that be solely responsible for the welfare of the teachers. If it's in the draft constitution and that is yet to come, what is stopping the Gambia Teachers Union through their ministry to fight for the Teachers Service Commission, so that commission can be very specific in pursuing the welfare of the teachers? Mass exodus of the youth We believe when there was change of government, that order could have stopped. A lot of Gambian youth or Gambian youth will be encouraged to stay. However, I have the belief that the exodus of our youth is even worse now than before. There are areas that this is not known to. We believe at first this exodus of youth we can claim are more in what we call the Bolonkono areas or in the Badibu, but now even areas like Fonyi, they are moving to a number that is very alarming. No part of the Gambia is spared. The manner in which our young people are living this country is very alarming and worrying. We need to do something to stop this mass movement of our young people. I have the belief that the trend that the Ministry of Higher Education is taking, promoting TVET education to skill our young people so they can be self-employed, is a way out. But the people have to understand this. I am not saying if you go to Senegal, they are not moving. But go to Senegal, their youth are skilled. That's why most of their products, they have to bring them here to market. Why can't we skill our young people so that they can promote those industries? If they do so, they'll find no cause for them to travel outside. The green pasture is found here. The green pasture is available here. Let's add or try to do more to encourage higher education to venture into this TVET education so that our young people can be trained in skills. And they need not to go. That's a way out, I have the belief. Water, a lot of areas talk about the scarcity, clean drinking water. The ministry responsible is working on that and had promised us that they are making every effort to make sure we have clean drinking water in all the places in the Gambia. Electricity. The ministry responsible provided a long list of communities that are to be benefiting from the electricity projects. Of course, the list was long, but yes, still, more need to be considered. My very own place, I provided a long list, but only 5 benefited. I'm still, just like any of you, we are looking for more. Road network, the Ministry for Transport and Works also provided that over 300 kilometers of road project is launched, and then they are working on the modalities, likewise the logistics, and on the contract arrangement so that these projects can kickstart, hopefully, by 2024. And I mean this time around is going to be 2024. It will not be like a situation of my July, it will start, and July, it will not start. I hope that situation will be addressed. Agriculture bumper abase, because enough fertilizer is available. Members are calling for the good price to be attached to the abase. Non-vehicle number plate. Non-vehicle number plate was an issue that was raised. I'm not sure any NAM can be a victim to that. If so, yes, we are honorable. We are the ones who make the law. So we are the one, we may not be enforcing the law, but we should be abiding to the law. If we call for our vehicles to be numbered, these numbers should be visible. There is no point at any time that we should cover or we should remove the number plates of our vehicles. The hate speech, I think, is a concern. And as a Gambia, as one people, one family, this is something that we should try as much as possible. We totally and completely discourage. I will share a different view with you. However, that doesn't mean that you should abuse the social media to insult me. If I do anything as your servant, that doesn't mean that if I share different view with you, you should go to social media, abuse it, and insult. Hate speech is not Gambian. What is known to be Gambian, Gambia, we are brothers and sisters. This is what we should nurture, and this is what we should be encouraging. Review the policy on land and then the drilling of boreholes. The Land Commission was set. I don't know what is wrong with the Land Commission. I think there's a need for the government to ensure that the Land Commission is functional. If that is the case, the issues surrounding the land policy will be addressed. Yes, the honorable member is right. The manner in which boreholes are drilled, they are not even guided by the ministry responsible. People can dig borehole anywhere, and this should be checked and controlled. It will happen in a way, boreholes may be drilled in the area that are not hygienic, and this in the long run can cause problems to the people that use those water. Honorable Speaker, in the deliberations, once National Assembly's members approach and comment toward promotion of peace and tranquility in our society, is the one that called for stop the blame game and call for national dialogue and reconciliation. This is where I will end up my address. This is very touching. Let's stop with the blame game. We call for national dialogue and reconciliation. What might have happened had happened. No one can undo that. And if something happened, what we should do, we do that. And who should do, we allow them to do. In that cause, we should not be blaming each other. If we continue to be blaming each other and we are saying that we should be reconciling, there is no way that understanding of reconciliation can come about. To attain that, we need to dialogue as a nation. It's obvious there is no way that we can share the same political perception. It's obvious there is no way we can share the same political grouping. It is a constitution that entails that we have multi-party democracy. In that spirit, we should know we are political animals, but ideologies may differ. However, our aims and objectives are the same. They all mean to develop this nation. Maybe the approaches can differ, but that is the same. If we are claiming to be Gambians, it is that spirit we should be encouraging and working towards. One government will come and go. Another government will come and then also may go. That is the trend. If you are ruling, you expect those who share the same political view with you and you happen to have coalition, yes, you'll be promoting the ideology that brings us together. If you are not in that political grouping, you expect to be criticized. Those who are criticizing, it is based on this is the ideology you believe in. And those who are to be criticized, you should accept that it is based on the ideologies that you differ. I don't think we should see each other bad in that. If you understand our role as politicians, we will not have that higgies against each other. The honorable member who says so, a politician, I will urge you, you use your political platform to address your political cause. And a National Assembly member, you use the chamber to address the policies of the state, the ideas of the state. That is the distinction. That's why me, in politics, I'll be very charismatic on the platform. And in the National Assembly, I'll be very critical on issues and policies. Let's try to use those distinctions. We will succeed. I know sometimes we will say, when we come to the National Assembly, we see the Gambia and nothing else. Why sometimes things happen differently when we believe that is our stand as National Assembly members? Like what happened a few days ago, or perhaps yesterday. It is not natural that people can see things the same way and they all have that voting pattern. That's not natural. What happened around the bill for the remuneration of the judges and judiciary officials? We all say that both sides were divided. That is the spirit. Why that is not happening in other issues? We should not allow to be carried by political positions. But what we feel is for the betterment of the country. On my final note, we are lawmakers. The executive can only prepare a draft of the bill, but they don't make the law. And they will bring it here for us to make the law. Where we have in the Constitution, this law can only be passed by an act of the National Assembly. Let's take note, anywhere in the Constitution, that law can never be passed without us. That's a reminder I am putting to you. That is a constitutional provision. That law has to be passed. And that law cannot pass without us. There is no cause for us to say that we will be rejecting that. If it's about amendment, yes, you can say yes. This law is already there. The minister wants to amend it. We can say we don't want that amendment. We can reject that. But if it's about enacting the law, the minister has to bring it. And that law, the Constitution says that it must be there by the act of the National Assembly. We cannot reject that. We are the one who should make the law. If it's in the bill, what and how it is there cannot stand. It is us who can make any part of it to stand. If we say 100%, we can say we are not in for 100%, we are in for 25%. That is our role. Let's never make that mistake again. Our responsibility is to make law. If we deviate from that, we are deviating from our responsibility. Honorable Speaker, On the final note, I want to take this opportunity to thank the clerk, Office of the Clerk, and the staff of the National Assembly, the manner in which they supported the National Assembly during the course of this session. It has been a very progressive session, and I hope so. We will continue to be very progressive with their support, and as much as the support that you also give as the Speaker, let me say the issue surrounding the female circumcision. Let me say the issue surrounding the female circumcision, it came as a matter of the day, and I have the belief that it provoked debate in the society. That is the essence. What that entails or calls for is national dialogue over that matter. A law that is enforceable is a law, but a law that is finding very difficult to be enforced is a law that needs to be looked into. What I'm saying, we all attest to in the manner in which we are finding the implementation of the law. That's a clear testimony the law needs to be looked into. If we are to do so, I am saying, Nyo kana so far, so kana nyo far. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and the Minority Leader, for ably winding up the debate and responding to issues and concerns raised. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of this ordinary session. But I know the committee oversight continues. But before I put the question, honorable members, I must honestly say that I was deeply touched and impressed by the robust debate during this session. Especially during this particular adjournment debate. Honorable members, in 1963, the Gambia's population was 316,000. 1963, the Gambia's population at the 1963 census was 316,000, 316. Today, the Gambia is about 2 million. Meaning, of course, honorable members, we are not yet even a big city. That's the size of the Gambia, and that's the beauty of our size. Almost everybody knows the other person. One family, one branch spread out. That's the Gambia. And it behoves we parliamentarians to put aside our political differences as much as possible, our regional issues, our consequency issues, and try to reconcile the Gambia and work for the betterment of the Gambian people as the foremost thing. I was touched by the honorable member for Brikama South. His comments touched me. But I think as short as it was, his last sentences before he sat down, honestly, if we had all listened to it, we should all try to borrow a leaf. I want to appeal to parliamentarians
that we cannot achieve all these things if we are not going to be patient and tolerant. Let's accept divergences of opinions. Everybody, we all have different opinions. But because, as the minority leader said, we have all one aim and one objective: to ensure peace and stability and also to improve the livelihood of the citizenry. So that much is what seems to me to be a little bit missing. And I think we can do better. The other thing, honorable members, before I put the question, is that I have observed that during sessions, adherence to standing orders provisions is usually a challenge. Some probably they may not know, but some I want to believe is deliberate. To the extent that I felt it necessary that there are one or two clauses that I want to make reference to so that we can always remember those ones. Because those usually are the main problems within the chambers. I want to refer you all to section 26(1), 3, and 6. Clause 26(1), 3, and 6. 26(1) reads, "No member, except the Speaker or Chairperson, may speak unless called upon to do so by the Speaker or Chairperson in deciding who should be called upon, the Speaker or Chairperson shall have regard to the nature of the business under consideration." Honorable members, no member except the Speaker or the Chairperson of a committee, by our own standing orders. And 3 reads, when the Speaker or Chairperson intervenes during proceedings in the Assembly or in committee of the whole Assembly, every other member shall be seated. And 6, people will always be doing that. If 2 or more members indicate at the same time that they wish to speak, the member called upon by the Speaker or the Chairperson shall be entitled to speak. These are our own laws I was quoting. And if you look at 20, that's the final one, clause 20 reads, the Speaker in the Assembly and the Chairperson in any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the Assembly and committee respectively. And in his or her decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the Assembly except on a substantive motion made after notice. Honorable members, it's me who is sitting here. Somebody may be sitting here tomorrow. But these are the laws we have made ourselves. It's not necessary for us to be crying over these things every time. It applies to everybody, including myself. And I will not read, but I will want members to read section 21 and 22 of the standing orders. I will not read those ones. I just want to remind you about those ones. Honorable members, I wish on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, to register our appreciations to the honorable ministers for their cooperation during this ordinary session. And more specifically, to the Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Interior, Youth and Sports, Higher Education and Works, for sparing time to come to attend the adjournment debate after a hectic cabinet session. We thank you and applaud you for that. This affirms the relations between the two organs of state. I also want to thank and appreciate the media fraternity. They are our friends. They are the medium through which the work of this Assembly and its committees reaches our people. Your cooperation and partnership is always cherished, and we hope it will continue. We are once again indebted to the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for their continued and invaluable support that makes our work easy. Honorable members, to you all, once again I salute you. And I want all of us to reflect and make the Assembly a family, always remembering that we are partners in development with the various arms of government. Our task is onerous, is big, an oversight, representative, and legislative institution. I wish you all a happy Maulud Nabi celebrations in advance. And I now put the question, be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, sine die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now